Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's the house!
Hello. What's going on? It's like Benny and Clancy are just doing whatever they do. They're always watching. Does somebody have something? Does the other one have something I want to chew on too? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I should do a video where I do their voices. Because it's like, I know what each one of them's thinking. It's just crazy. It's weird stuff. Alright. Well, let's see. There's been some updates in the Vance, what do they call it? Boelter? Is that how they pronounce it? They found the hat that he was wearing in a car. You know what's interesting about it is that I remember that house that I found that was south? That's where he dumped another vehicle and a hat. But I guess they still haven't caught him yet. I mean, maybe they did in the last, little while when I wasn't paying attention. But let's see if we don't stay at 0 for too long, you guys. That's when the nights get really slow. Yeah, so way over here, this is Vance Boelter's, that house that I had on the southern end I found on Ben Verified. And today they found, it's hard to know exactly where it was because of the way they described it. It wasn't very good. Maybe it was like this. Nah. Yeah, I don't know. It was hard to just figure out what they were talking about, the way they described where it was. But it was like Highway 25 you could see in the background. And apparently it was like in between. They said it was on 301st right here. But look how close it is to that house. And geographically it's right there. So, maybe he was trying to make it look like he went back home. I'm sure they had people monitoring this house over here to see if he'd come back to it. This is one of the ones that they had they searched. Or actually, I don't know, maybe this is the one that they were searching. Yeah, this is one I had marked, and this is where they were searching the other day with that pond. And then he actually came back down in this area, and there's a picture of his hat on the ground and everything. Okay, they caught him finally? Okay, good. Let's see. Let's see. Vance. Because earlier in the day, he hadn't been caught yet. I don't see anywhere where it says that he's in custody. Where is it? When? I mean, none of these headlines say that at all. His car was found, and then his hat was there. I'm sure he was in the area. Where does it say that? Oh, he surrendered after being spotted by a drone? Okay. Police find vehicle and manhunt. Nationwide warrant. Where does it say that he was... There's no updates. Okay, he was just Caught 15 minutes ago. Okay, that's pretty funny. I'm always wondering by the time I do a show, but there's no updates in here. So where are they saying this? Where are you seeing it? If it's not on, no articles have it or anything like that, where would it be? Thanks, Paulette Leonard. Jeez. Well, that's a crap channel there. But yeah, you can go ahead and watch that all you want. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't seen it anywhere. So yeah, they have this live feed all day, like a helicopter flying around, and well, not really a helicopter, but people like they were stationed on a street filming in a direction where you could see the vehicle, the windows open, etc. Well, AI isn't going to know something like that fast. Breaking news. There it is. Vance Boelter arrested near Green Isle home. Sources confirmed. That's so crazy. That's the home that we had marked. Let's see. Authorities have captured 57-year-old Vance Boelter near his Green Isle home. Several sources confirmed to Eyewitness News, reported Tom Hauser. Hey, thanks, Cheryl Moran. Good to see good to see you. I know I haven't really had the most interesting topics, I guess. It was hard to get over 150 people. It's wild. Anyways, Boelter is believed to be responsible for fatally shooting Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband. He also shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Sunday saw law enforcement, and I think his wife was arrested too. Boelter, according to authorities, posed as a police officer early Saturday morning. Yeah, we know all that stuff. So apparently, confirmed to Eyewitness News that he was captured. I wonder if some of those, were there live feeds still going from the area? They literally just got him. I was wondering if, because they seemed like they were getting close, because they found his car and his hat on the ground. So it seemed like it was a possibility that sometime today they would catch him, because I don't know what other vehicle he would have. And he probably went over there and he noticed that there was law enforcement presence at his residence and then drove somewhere. And, I'm not sure what the hell he was doing when he got out of his car and left the hat on the ground, basically. Pretty strange. G. Gaia guy said, East Coast time, so I will be asleep in no time, but I will rewatch in the morning. Happy Father's Day, Gray. Yeah, well, thank you. My kids got me Popeye's spicy chicken. That's so good. And I think they bought me a bottle of, what the hell was it? Jim Beam or something like that. Well, they didn't break anything. It's already on other channels. Breaking is when you're the first. Yeah, but we had this whole story nailed in yesterday, and then today they just captured him apparently, and they got his hat and his vehicle, and seemed like he was going to be in the area. It looked like he was trying to get back to his house. I think I might have even suggested that when I was thinking, okay, he's going this direction, and I said, well, he does have this place over here, because he was heading down this way, like this. I'm sure they didn't catch him at his house, however. Yeah. Subpoena Colada. Man, you don't listen to Barry Manilow, do you? I sure as hell hope not. Okay, Vance Boelter taken into custody for lawmaker shooting, sources say. I'm glad they caught him, because I want to know what the hell he was thinking and what he was doing. A man who authorities believe shot 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouse in politically motivated shootings early Saturday morning is now in custody. Jesus. You know what? You know what's incredible though about this case is this guy would be absolutely on the run, scot-free. Nobody would know who the hell he was, other than the officer who had intuition. Thank you, Tina Humphrey. Happy Father's Day, Gray, and all you dads out there. I made a community post. I don't know if anybody saw it, but yeah. So just off the top of my head, it was like 2 in the morning. He goes over to the Hoffman's house over here. Let me get this all set up so we can. Yeah, right there. So he goes over to the Hoffman's house, and then he's wearing this crazy mask on his head right there, and I figured out that that was the mask from Breaking Bad. It's this mask right here. He's wearing that. And he's going into the door over here at the Hoffman's house in that video. So apparently, though, he doesn't go into the house, because when you look at this video, or this image here, we don't know if the door ever made it open, but there's 10 bullet holes in the door, so maybe the husband and wife both were just sort of in front of the door, and he started shooting through and hit both of them, and that looks about to be abdomen high, right? Yeah, we know, Cindy. We already said that. Yeah, so there, that's the shooting that happened there. Those 2 people apparently are still alive. I don't know. I didn't check today or anything, but people were optimistically, or guardedly optimistic that they would make it. And so then after that was like 2 in the morning, and then around 3:30 or so, he drove over here and attacked Hortman. However, an officer who heard about this thought, you know what, I better check on some other politicians in the area. Just off of one. There wasn't even a pattern yet. So that's like an amazing intuition. He goes over to the Hortman's house, which is right here, and the officer pulls up, and there's already a police vehicle, or what appeared to be a police vehicle, parked in the driveway, and that's this vehicle right here, and it had police on the license plate. And believe it or not, I looked it up yesterday, and in Minnesota it does just say the word police on the license plate, and it has some other codes in other places. But anyways, this is what a vehicle looked like. That is the car that was parked right here that they towed away, because when the cop showed up here, this guy was at the door, and he started shooting at this officer, then went inside and apparently went out the back somewhere. And then later in the day, he starts looking like this. He looks like that. He's got other pictures where, let's see, this one right here. I've seen other ones since then, but he looked like that, the cowboy hat, and he's walking around. So you wouldn't be able to tell. Like if that officer, see, when the officer got there, the car that was in the driveway was his car. He meant to drive it away. Okay? He meant to drive it away. I'd call it intuition. That's not something normal people would have thought to do. So he, had he got back to, let's say that cop had never gone there, and he got back into that car and drove away. How in the hell would they ever have caught him? Because I guarantee you, he was going to take off all the markings that made it look like a police vehicle. They were going to get rid of all those things. And, I mean, I don't know how you would have ever identified this guy. Probably some other type, maybe if he left the shells of the bullets and there was DNA on it, or a fingerprint, or something like that. But he was wearing gloves in the picture. So I actually think that this wouldn't even be close to being solved at this point. Other than the fact that that officer interrupted what he was doing and the vehicle was left in the driveway. Because I bet you that vehicle has its own normal license plates. I bet you when he would have gone home after he did all the killings that he was going to do, he was going to go home, put the normal license plates back on, get rid of the elements on the car to make it look like a police vehicle, and nobody would know. Nobody would have a clue what happened there. So that's miraculous. And then we find out yesterday they tracked his wife and other family members up here, and they were pulled over, I believe, over here at a Dollar Tree store. That's what I'm guessing. There's 2 stores here, and I bet you they went to that. They were pulled over, and it looks like, and they had a gun, money, and passports. And if you look, Canada's just right up here. They were only like 200 and something miles away from Canada, and I think that's where they were headed. And I think they've arrested her, I thought I heard. And then today we see all kinds of craziness. Let me show you these like this live police search thing here. Went on for, this is like 3 hours. They were filming down, this is on the Independent. So apparently that's the car right there. See, that's the vehicle, and maybe that's even the cowboy hat on the ground right there, because they did film the cowboy hat on the ground near where the car was. So when you look at this picture right here, there's the vehicle, and it's very difficult to tell where this was. They said that was 125, I think. I'm not sure if 125 was the, let's go down here. 25. So they said that was 25, and then that they were on 301, and 25 was the highway way in the background. But when you're on 301 and you look at it like that, it doesn't appear to look similar. I mean, I don't see this big bundle of trees here. I guess that definitely could be this, but I don't know. Just doesn't really work out too well. It's not simple. But this is the Bell Plain right there. And I think the other, yeah, that's backwards. So Bell Plain and Green Isle. It was in between there, and that's about what that is right there. I wonder if there's another spot that looks better than that. I don't know. But I couldn't find exactly where that helicopter shot was. I didn't spend a lot of time either. So you got these shots, and they do tow it away at some point.
Because I'm facing the tree, so we over helmet trees. Yeah.
So that looks like a dirt road. Well, that road isn't dirt, so, or is it? Let me look. No, we know. Yeah, so it must have been, okay, that could be it. Yeah, like that bundle of trees right there. Does that look right? That looks pretty good backwards. I mean, look at it from the other direction. Although what's missing are these telephone poles here. I don't see, unless, oh yeah, there they are right there. Boom. All right, well, I think that answers the question. There's a lot more space on the left there, and I don't know if they, I mean, this is street view from 2023, so I guess what we could do is see if these trees are not there anymore. Well, look at that picture. I mean, there you go. We just got the answer to the question. Yeah, it's like there's nothing. They got rid of all those. Let's see if we go back in time. That's, well, I guess that's what it looks like. So that's over here, and I guess if you're over there and you're sort of zoomed in, maybe you would miss some of this on the side. I don't know. See, look, it looks like that there should be trees over here. So now it's not making sense again. See that? Like if you turn that around and you look at it like that, although that looks totally different than it does now when you go down to the ground. See that? But I'm pretty sure this is the right spot. Oh, I see. So maybe this is zoomed in, and is there a tree? I don't think that's the tree there, but man, I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is the spot, but especially when you zoom in and you see that there's telephone poles all along there, and that's exactly what we see over here, and that's from the other side. So this, I'm just gonna say, and see how these, it kind of arcs around like that. So I guess that is what it looks like. And so maybe the car was found right here. I'll put. There we go. And you guys, if you're out there, if you want to help support the channel, we have 0 channel members tonight. So if you guys can buy some channel memberships for some of the people in here that aren't channel members, that'd be great. You know, it'd be nice to reach a goal tonight. The video that I made earlier isn't you know, getting seen to the level that I'd like it to be. It's not doing terribly, but it's not doing great. Should have got more views. So there we have it. I guess later on in the evening, maybe we'll get lucky and we can look up an article and it'll tell us how he got arrested and so forth. So that's good. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake. All right, does that sound good? So during the show, if somebody finds an article, you don't need to be out looking, you know, but if you happen to stumble upon one that tells us how he got arrested, etc., we'll go over that later. All right. Thanks, Allie Cake. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go over, you know, the video that I made. That's right, I turned off everything. I can still find the area though. Right there. A drone got him. Yeah, I mean, did they show it on live? I heard that. That's what somebody said earlier. That there was a drone, and then when he saw that the drone saw him, he gave himself up. Was that live stream still going on? Let me just try one more thing here. There was that one. Was it this? No.
Out of their...
Got that one. Hey, everyone, look at Cheryl Moran's trying to get everybody to do
Mary McGuire, who's in
the Alley Cake Wave.
Bring you this update on this.
Okay, this one was 6 hours and 10 minutes long, so I'm wondering if
There'll be an opportunity to ask some questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to...
Also, we understand wanting to address the public because...
Oh, they give another press conference.
Other than conduct these acts by himself. But that doesn't mean we aren't exploring more fully if there's...
All right. Yeah, so there's nothing in that one. Thanks, Tina Humphrey. All right, so did you guys watch the video that I made earlier today regarding there's a lady that just a random channel, you know how there's these channels out there that do body camera footage. They put an individual from Moscow, Idaho on there like 7 months ago, but they didn't put it up there because of anything the person said. That's just what these people do. They put up the body camera footage, and it turns out that this person in there, first she claimed that her husband was shot 3 times, and she saw it. Well, that was true because I looked it up, and she gave the name of her husband. And I looked it up, and maybe she's not really the wife or whatever. But I mean, she goes by the same name as the wife mentioned in an article that I found. So I found an article on the case, and her actual name is the name of the wife in the article of the person that was killed is the same name that she had in the jail. And when I looked her up, she had like a driving with a suspended license, and I don't know, whatever that's from or whatever. There was no other things that I saw on there, and the person that was in the jail with her, the second person, the first one was a police officer, female, and kind of got her booked in and put into a room. Then a second expert came in that can determine if somebody is acting a certain way from drugs or from having some mental problems. And we don't know what the disposition of that was, but that's why she was talking to her. And during that conversation, she mentioned that she's got to testify in a trial, and it was the college students that were murdered, and that she saw saw Brian, or whatever the wording is that she used in there. Thanks, Tamran 127. So we can play that here. I think it's over in this part. I mean, you guys can make out the audio in my video, right? Like, let's play it again, listen. And now I have to testify. And now I have to testify. And now I have to testify. Right, you can hear that, right? I see the way the audio came is one side was lower than the other. So I chose one side, and you can hear her voice better. And then I removed noise. I can hear most of it. Big murder case too, so. It says big murder case too, so we have, because I'm the DoorDash driver. Well, it says it. I just cut it off. So let's start over again. And now I have to testify. Big murder case too, so yeah, because I'm the DoorDash driver, so yeah. So yeah, I'm stressed, whatever it was that she's saying. So yeah, I don't think do you spell yeah like that, by the way? I don't even know. I was thinking, wait, did I spell yeah wrong? I have no idea. So the thing is, there's other people that have already been analyzing this video, but the samples that I heard that people put out were ridiculous. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear anything. Yeah, but she is, so that's just what it is, right? So anyways, we got the, because I'm the DoorDash driver, so yeah.
You have to testify in which murder case?
The college girls. The murder case of the college girls. So you watch.
Murder case of the college girls. Oh.
My DoorDash driver, I saw Brian. Yeah, and I think she says, I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian near. I don't know what the next part is, but. My DoorDash driver, I saw Brian near. Let's see. My DoorDash driver, I saw Brian near. Yeah, like, I saw Brian at the house. I'm the DoorDash driver, I saw Brian at the house. Yeah, somebody I think randomly found it on that site. It's right here. This site called Officer. Hold on. Officer Axum. All it is, like these cameras. If you look up here, look at see how they're all Axon. So he's just like Officer Axon. That's all this person does is put out videos, and this is just a random video. I don't know. It'd be hard to find something like that and not share it because it's a big piece of news, I think the better thing to say would be that should law enforcement really make all of these things public for everybody? Like, I don't understand why people can go get a body camera of this type of an arrest. Like, what difference? What, you know, it's just ridiculous. Now, if you were part of a court proceeding or something, and you were one of the parties, I could see getting access to it to look at it. But I don't really understand why it needs to be public. These kinds of things. I mean, they're interesting to watch, and sometimes. But I don't know. I guess since they're public, that's what opens the door to the possibility. But I guess we don't absolutely know 100% sure if she is the DoorDash driver. Yeah, we know. Let's see. Well, thanks, Sandy Shirley. Catching the Alley Cake Wave and then Urban Infidel. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not like, it sucks that she's out there. I didn't put her name out there. There's just a person on the screen. That's how it should be done. And if everybody did it that way, you wouldn't know who it was. Although she does mention who her husband was, etc. And then I guess you'd have to figure out, like, bleep out everybody, and then people, but I'm not really into that either. I can't stand when people bleep out stuff because they don't want you to hear it. So I think it just sort of comes down to where maybe, does law enforcement, do we really need to have these types of arrests in there? Just sort of a random DUI. I mean, I remember when I got pulled over in Moscow, Idaho for, I think it was like 35 and a, well, I don't even remember what it was, 35 and a 20 or something, or 34 and a 20. And the cop pulls me over, and I was doing a live stream, and these losers actually go out and find that body camera and put it on YouTube. It's like, God, do you guys have something better to do? I mean, my God. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Yeah, I mean, I do too. So that is the thing, M10. It's like, I like the transparency part, but you know how these nut jobs are in the Idaho case, right? The Pro Burgers, they're some of the craziest people that you've ever seen. And so when her name's out there, you sort of wonder what they're going to go do. I mean, I don't think it's bad if somebody wants to try to get a hold of her and she doesn't want to respond. She doesn't respond. But if you're out there and you're trying to, like, cause problems because it makes your hero, Brian Koberger, the quadruple killer, look bad, then there's something wrong with you. Yeah, it's a 50-something minute body camera footage, all the way from the street into here. She got put into a cell for about 30 minutes, and then this lady shows up. That's her glasses right here, this lady. So she has a camera right on the side of her head. So we'll just play the audio again. I mean, what do you guys think it says at the end here, though? Is it right on this part? Let's see. Actually, it's coming up right now.
Car accident, rapes, abuse.
I don't know what that says. I don't know if she's still referring to the Koberger case there. There's a big gap in there.
Car accident.
Almost sounds like it's a car accident. I mean, I don't know if that's what she said.
Car accident, rapes, abuse.
I have no idea. Some lady in the chat said something that sounded sort of normal. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do about it, Zozo. I'm just doing what I can do. Let's see. Hope people don't. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is you don't want people to harass her, you know. But, one of the elements of it was that she mentioned her husband had been killed in front of her. So I wanted to, that's part of my video, was to show that she's telling the truth. There was an article, and I didn't say her name in it, but she was mentioned in there, in the article, talking about what happened to her husband. And it was true. It was a real story from 2013. So, I was using that to show that she was telling the truth in that part of the story, even though she's telling it the same. So why can't we believe this, that she's telling it this way? Do that? Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, what a horrible life, really. I mean, my God. I mean, what a... your husband gets shot in front of you, and then later on, you're delivering DoorDash minutes before 4 people that you just gave it to all got killed. Yeah, I can't play CBS Live, Paisley Dreams. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's it. But you guys were hitting one of those lulls again, so if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. We got to try to reach the goal tonight. Hey, what a tool. Thanks, M10. Let me put this image in a folder so I have it in the right place. All right, look at this. There he is, man. What an absolute dipshit. Looks like he was crawling around. He's kind of... I don't know what's going on there, but... Man, look at the guys surrounding him. I mean, he had no chance with these guys. Look at that. You know, tactical gear all around. Body armor. It looks like they darkened this guy's face out on purpose, interestingly. That's, what do you mean, who is it? It's the Vance Boelter guy that we were covering yesterday. Vance Boelter. It's B-O-E-L-T-E-R, not B-O-U-L-T-R. No, it's the guy who shot the people. What are you talking about? He's the one that shot the senators. Maybe you missed yesterday when we were covering it. His face looks fake there too. Yeah. Well, maybe he did something to it. I don't know. I know. Didn't I say Belter? No, I said Boelter. Yeah, who cares? I'm not going to spend my time trying to figure out how to pronounce an idiot like this. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you're saying. You sent me an email, Paisley Dreams? I don't see it. And thanks, Paulette, for the coffee. I'm not a good Twitter user. I don't know when somebody says they tagged me. Yeah, I already got that picture. I just showed it on the screen, Paisley Dreams. Is there something else that you had, or? Okay. When you say of him in the field, I don't know what you mean. I don't have an email. I don't have an email from you, Paisley Dreams. So if you want to send it again, that'd be great. I don't have anything. Okay, there's a press conference at 10:30. Let's try to do that. All right. Well, did you send me a link to it, KK? Just saying the sheriff posted it doesn't help me get right to it. Okay, you sent it. Okay, good. Let's see. Okay, that's the same image that we already had. Where's the press conference going to play at? That's the same picture. Some heavy shit. After missing, lost. Heavy shit at home after missing. Oh, Mrs. lost her after being pushed to the ground at work. Oh wow. Well, hopefully he gets extra. I mean, what? Yeah, that's almost the same scenario that we've always talked about. Are they gonna charge him on that, Ivan? Man, that's shitty. Jesus. What are you referring to, Cheryl? I thought they already arrested the wife. Yeah, that sucks. They said detained, but who knows? Well, I thought today, like, she got arrested or something. Oh, you can just send me an email. I need a link to a Facebook live stream. Tim Walls became a supporter. That must be Ted Bundy. Oh, they questioned her and let her go. I thought today somebody said, though, that she got arrested. I know last night they questioned her and let her go, but I thought today she was. I thought I heard that on one of the newscasts. You know, you guys, we still have 0 channel memberships tonight. I know, we know that. We just went over all that again tonight, Subpoena Colada. She had a gun, cash, and a passport with other family members. Heading up north, apparently looks like they're heading towards Canada. Yeah, we went over all that yesterday and today. Okay, so she was detained today? Differently than yesterday? I don't know. Maybe there's something. There's a gap that I'm missing somewhere. I know last night I thought they detained her last night when they pulled her over. But then I thought today I heard something about her being arrested on one of the newscasts. But maybe that's not really what happened. The news isn't always right either. Who's the person you watch? Let's see. I didn't see anybody mention anybody up there. When you said I watch him, I don't know who. Did I say something? I'm confused. I'm aware and following. Okay. What type of cat is that? Where? I haven't seen it. Well, I don't know if I saw a picture of her. Oh, yeah, I've seen it. That's the one I saw. It kind of looks like, I don't know, a Karen. Yep. That's it. Why police didn't decide to hold her? They look like they are related. They look like they're related. So many questions about those two. Who? Oh. I can't. I thought it was something I was saying. I don't know who Bob Fletcher is. You said you might know him as the sheriff of Ramsey County. I'm not familiar with Ramsey County. Well, what they are related. They're married to each other. Yeah. I don't think they look similar, if that's what you're trying to say. Kind of looks like George C. Scott in the picture. He definitely has different looks about him, doesn't he? I mean, it's weird that his hair is nice and combed and everything, and he was just crawling around on the ground. Minnesota suspect Vance Boelter's wife Jenny was an intern with Tim Walz. The wife of Vance Boelter, what do you call it? I don't even care how to pronounce his name. The suspect in the Minnesota lawmaker's shootings was arrested after officials pulled over her vehicle in Onamia. See, right there it does say arrested. See that? Arrested after vehicle was pulled over. And that is, they're ahead of us. Like this is called the Hindu times. You know, the wife of Vance Boelter, the suspect of the Minnesota lawmaker shooting, was arrested after officials pulled over. See, I thought that was just different. Like that was detained. My office assisted law enforcement from Hennepin County on a stop near convenience store in the city of Onamia. Our role on the stop was perimeter. We did not search or question any of the occupants. I was told by my staff, who responded, that the shooting suspect's wife was in the car along with several other relatives. Now, several social media users are claiming that Jenny Boelter worked for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Jennifer Boelter was listed on Legistorm as an intern for then Congressman Tim Walz in 2010. One person noted on X, platform formerly known as Twitter. They also attached a Legistorm screenshot. I don't know. The whole part about that, I just don't. I mean, who cares at this point? You know. This is what I'll say is, to me, he seems like a crazy psycho. That's about it. He went out and killed, you know, or 2 people. He meant to kill 4 at least, and then maybe a whole bunch of others. And I don't care what political party he's in, he's a nut job. All right? But of course, whatever political party you're in, you're hoping it's the other one. Hello, MAGA Mama. You were on my video stream today. I remember your name. I like your name. Who doesn't like that name? Yeah, this guy's... he's a crazy person. So can somebody... where are we going to get the link to the press conference? Do you know where one is, KK? Are you out there? Or Zozo? Or anybody? Yep. That's why I'm an I. Vance Boelter has been arrested in the shooting death. Oh, wow. Really? Hey, everybody, listen. Vance Boelter has been arrested in the shooting deaths of Breaking news, everybody! The Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, according... Yeah, we know. We've been talking about it for 25 minutes. Minnesota Department Public Safety YouTube channel. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's where it was yesterday. All right, let's go. Let's get it set up. Minnesota Department of Public... wait, was it? Ah, jeez. Well, streamed. They had something 13 minutes ago streaming. What was that about? Maybe they restarted a new one because they delayed it. Okay. Yeah, that was only 3 minutes and 24 seconds long. And there's another one scheduled for, in 6 minutes. So let's just put that right over here. That's supposed to be on in 6 minutes. This one. Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Governor Walz to provide public safety update. Okay, jeez. Yeah, well, good job, Tim. Way to get him. Oh, wait, you weren't even there. But hey guys, can you guys please help support the channel tonight? We have no channel memberships. Alley Cake just got the very first one of the night. Yeah, that'd be great if you guys could, support the channel so we can reach the goal tonight. I've been working really hard doing all kinds of shows over and over, and sometimes they're not the shows that everybody wants to watch or whatever, but I'm trying to make things work here. So if you guys have the ability to support the channel, if you can't, I do not want you spending your last money, but my channel, I need, we have income. I need a certain amount to keep the channel running, and then I also donate thousands of dollars each month from the ad revenue, the super chats, etc. Last month my channel gave out $5,000. This month can't be that high because we are not doing as well. So if you're out there and you could help support the channel, I would appreciate it. And please don't let my words fall on deaf ears like it does often. I'd like it if people actually go, okay, great, that sounds good. All right. And there we go. MAGA Mama got a channel membership there. Very cool. Got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go to the press conference. Police officer witnessed Minnesota suspect fatally shoot husband of state lawmaker before he fled. Wow. So we actually saw that? So that police officer that pulled up to the second house actually saw him kill the... Oh, that's crazy. Jesus. Thanks, Teddy Bear. Yeah, so that's at the house. Vance Boelter, the man who remained on the run Sunday night on suspicion that he had shot 2 state legislators and their spouses a day earlier in their Twin Cities home, was apprehended Sunday, officials said late Sunday. This is a breaking news story. Return to this StarTribune.com for updates. Okay, so that means you don't have any other information. Yeah, I know they found the cowboy hat. Yeah, so let me play this thing here. Hold on.
Good morning, everybody. We appreciate you joining us. We are here to bring you some breaking news, a major development, we believe, in the manhunt for the man suspected of shooting 2 Minnesota lawmakers. Right now, there is a big police presence on Highway 25.
So this is after today they were looking around. Wow, thanks, Cheryl. Jeez. That's so kind. Look at that, everybody. 10 memberships by Cheryl Moran. Fully Can 12, Dave S., Teresa, Adarian, Kimberly, Thelma, Tracy, Ida, Just Me, Renee, Miss Lee. Very cool. So this is this thing we're listening to right now, you guys, is after this morning when they found the car. So listen.
In Sibley County, where our crew on the ground says that they have found the cowboy hat the suspect was last seen wearing. So we want to take a look at the map. We're going to show you where this is exactly on Highway 25, about halfway between Green Isle and Belle Plaine.
Yeah, that's
now,
where
Green Isle is
exactly
where the 57-year-old suspect reportedly owns a home. That's 57-year-old Vance Boelter. And Joe McCoy is live at this new scene. Things are developing right now. But Joe, what can you tell us about what you're seeing out there?
Raya, it's truly an incredible moment out here. We're off of Highway 25 in between Green Isle and Belle Plaine, and I'm going to have my photographer pan here. You see off in the distance that black car down there. State Patrol has confirmed that that is a vehicle of interest in the crime that happened yesterday, and to the suspect, 57-year-old Vance Boelter. And I want us to roll some video or the picture that we have of that cowboy hat. Something it's just sitting there on the side of the road. It's not in the trees. It's not in the bushes. It's not in the grass. It is just sitting there on the side of the road.
It even has the same
along Highway 25. That is the hat that was caught, that Boelter was wearing yesterday, allegedly, when he was caught on security video. Looked like it's some sort of business in Minneapolis. That was a photo released by the FBI. If you look at that photo and you also look at the hat, they seem to match the hat that Boelter was wearing. So there was, of course...
Hold on.
Good morning.
Let me check for something really quick in this article. I don't want to play the whole thing. It's got to look for a certain phrase. We have found out, listen to this, you guys, listen, right here.
We have found out that the wife of Vance Boelter has been arrested, and we're working to find out some more information about exactly when that happened and where. We know that Green Isle...
Do you guys hear that? These are local people reporting in here, as I was saying earlier. This is where I heard it. Our buddy, what's his name? Let's see. Smokey the Bear sent that earlier today. I heard it, and it does say that, right? I mean, listen.
information about exactly when that happened and where. We know that information about exactly.
Did he evacuated? And of course, the biggest question still is, where is he now?
Joe, if you can hear me right now, I believe we're getting some breaking news in right now at the moment as well. We have found out that the wife of Vance Boelter has been arrested, and we're working to find out some more information about exactly when that happened and where. We know that Green Isle, a little way.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a really good image right here for me to try to figure out exactly where this is. So the vehicle's right there. I just want to make sure. Let me grab this shot here. $29. So that would be Highway 25. So like 29946. 29946 Highway. There it is. Oh, yeah, I got the right spot then. All right. Or I think, yeah, exactly. yeah, nailed it. All right, so that is what you have on the shot right there is right here. There should be that same little sign on the side of the road. I can see it already. Here it is. Watch this. 29946. Can I get a boom? All right, so that means we got the right spot that whole time. That's right there. That's where the car was found, the hat on the ground near there. So, gotta like that. But hey, if you heard that right there, you just heard that it was sort of breaking news that happened today that they arrested the wife. So that's interesting. Well, I didn't know either. I thought I was dreaming that, Cheryl Moran. I wasn't sure that I actually heard that. I know that I heard it, but I just didn't know where or if I, you know. Okay, well, this is the one that's supposed to be playing. I only got one boom for that. Come on, you guys. That was pretty good. All right, so here's a court document that Cindy sent. On or about June 14th, 2025 at approximately 2:05 a.m., Chaplin police officers responded to a shooting at a residence in Chaplin, Hennepin County, Minnesota. The 911 caller reported that a masked person had come to their door and then shot their parents. Oh my God, their kids at home? Inside the residence, officers found 2 adult males and a female who had been shot, referred to herein as victim 3 and 4. Victim 3 is a state legislator. Man, that's freaking awful. Video surveillance footage. Let me save this. Yeah. Video surveillance footage from the exterior of the residence showed a Ford SUV with police-style lights parked in the driveway of the residence. It also showed a man later identified as defendant Vance Boelter Manhunt wearing a mask. Let's see. It also showed a man later identified as defendant Vance Boelter Manhunt wearing a mask, a blue shirt, and a police-style tactical vest with a badge and yellow gripped gun approached the front door and with a flashlight. Defendant knocked on the door and announced himself as a police officer before entering the house. So he did entering the house and shooting victim 3 and 4. That's weird though. How come there's bullet holes in the door? The surveillance footage showed defendant flee the residence and enter the police-style vehicle. Victim 3 and 4 are currently alive and remain hospitalized. But how come there was bullet holes in the door? That doesn't make sense. A short time later, does that make sense to anybody? That he entered the house and shot them when there's 10 bullet holes in the door itself? I mean, do you think he shot the door 10 times and said, "Police, let me in! Let me in!" And they let him in, and then he, Jesus. A short time later, the Brooklyn Park Police Department learned of the shooting in Champlin. Hey, welcome, Mega Mama. Or Maga Mama, I mean. Mega. It was the same name from before. You mind if I just keep reading it, Cindy? A short time later, the Brooklyn Park Police Department learned of the shooting in Champlin because one of the victims is a state legislator. Police proactively sent patrol officers to the home of another state legislator in Brooklyn Park, Hennepin County, Minnesota. When officers arrived at approximately 3:35 a.m., they saw the Ford SUV with police-style lights and immediately saw the defendant, still dressed in a police officer, shoot an adult man, referred to herein as victim 2, through the open door of the home. Police exchanged gunfire with the defendant. So they pulled up right as he's shooting the adult man, who fled inside the residence before escaping the area inside the residence. Officers found 2 adults deceased from gunshot wounds, victim 2 and his wife, victim 1. Victim 1 is also a state legislator. Yeah, so by the way, Cindy, where does it say that? Who said they said? Who's they? Like, where is that information about how she shielded one of her kids? Sounds like something somebody might do. But I don't just take your word for it. It doesn't say that, though, Derek. It doesn't say that, Derek. It doesn't say that at all. So I got to go by what it says. Somebody's got the information incorrect. And it's not 8. There's 10 bullet holes in the door. Let's see. And the wife lived? The bullet holes in the door are not at the second house. They're at the first house. See, that's why everybody, is confused here. The bullet holes in the door are at the first house where both people lived, and that's what they're describing up here when they say the person just sort of entered the house and then he shot them. Defendant knocked on the door and announced himself as a police officer before entering the house and shooting victims 3 and 4. You see how that sort of doesn't make sense, right? Because this is the house number 1, and there are 1, 2, 3, looks like 2 holes right there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bullet holes in that door right there. So when did that happen? I don't know, man. I'm going by what the probable cause document shows. So this is the first house. The second house has, I don't know how many. If you got, so you're saying the lady got shot 8 times and lived? Yeah, the thing that I'm reading is the official document. My enemy. So it's not reporting. It's bad, whatever you want to call it. Because this is real right here, right? Those are real bullet holes in that door. And that's the first house. And in the probable cause document, or whatever you want to call that, a little screenshot, nobody ever gives you the whole thing. It says that this is at the first house at 2:05. He was wearing a mask, blue shirt, and police-style tactical vest with a badge and yellow gripped gun. Approached the front door with a flashlight. Defendant knocked on the door and announced himself as a police officer before entering the house and shooting victims 3 and 4. The surveillance footage showed defendant flee the residence and enter the police-style vehicle. So at what point then did he get these 10 bullet holes in the door if he was let in and then shot them? Anybody know the answer to that? Well, then email it to me, Derek. Let's see what it says. I just don't, the one that's official is the one we just read, though. That's the sort of probable cause document. Part of it, like a screenshot from part of it. So that's the one that should be accurate. it's on or not. It's right over here. It's still just kind of, it's like that. It was supposed to be on 12 minutes ago. For a while now, since he did an episode about a missing woman in my town named Echo Lloyd. Oh, that was a long time ago. Who went missing Mother's Day 5 years ago. Yeah, wasn't that the daughter that was always trying to work that case? And what's happened with that one, by the way? Tim Miller's involved in that now? That's pretty cool. I interviewed the daughter on here. Oh, here it is. Don't forget to help support the channel, you guys. Get some more channel memberships for some new potential freaks.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just here, as I have done before, to give you guys a speaking order, so we are good and squared away on this. First, you will be hearing from Minnesota Governor Walz. After that, Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Jacobson. After that, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans, EVANS. After that, you'll be hearing from Brooklyn Park Police Department Chief Mark Bruley, Mark Bruley, and then State Patrol Colonel Geiger, Geiger.
As in Geiger counter.
I'm sorry, I'll get that for you. Lieutenant Colonel Geiger from the Minnesota State Patrol. Yep. Yes.
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Common spelling.
Who is M10?
Yes, Bruley.
And it's Jeremy Geiger.
They won't rat you out.
His last name Geiger, correct. And it's Lieutenant Colonel? Correct. No, less.
You remember when Bloomberg was the mayor of New York? And during one of their, I think it was during that crazy snowstorm or something, they had this one pretty attractive sign language expert, and she just ran the show. Everybody was watching her only and never even watched what Bloomberg was saying, so he got rid of her really quick. Thanks, Derek, for sending that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you don't got the right information, but it's just the probable cause.
Please introduce yourselves and your media
crazy.
organization. There's certainly a lot more of you here now than there used to be. Please remember to introduce yourselves and your media organizations before your first question.
Nephew said a bullet narrowly missed the senator's heart. He said Yvette Hoffman did not suffer damage to any organs despite being shot. He also revealed that during the attack on their Yvette threw herself on top of their daughter, shielding her from the bullets. That's in this article right here. That's the one that Derek sent. Yeah, Derek, he's been sending me good articles, Derek has.
Good evening. After a 2-day manhunt, 2 sleepless nights, law enforcement have apprehended Vance Boelter. That's 48 hours that law enforcement involved in a complex and dangerous manhunt. Spent Father's Day away from their families to deliver justice for Melissa and Mark Hortman.
Well, so that was a
and their
football
children who
coach.
spent this Father's Day alone. To the law enforcement who stand here and the hundreds who were involved in this, the state of Minnesota owes you a deep debt of gratitude. Thank you. You ran towards the danger and you served the state of Minnesota. This is a great example of coordination and collaboration. Multiple agencies, federal, state, and local, coordinating together in a way to protect the public and close this hunt around. Multiple agencies were there as FBI laid hands on it and Minnesota State Patrol put the handcuffs on. One man's unthinkable actions have altered the state of Minnesota. Melissa Hortman was the core of who our values were. She had a hand in so many things that happened. The building that we stand in, she helped usher through so that we could respond from the State Emergency Operations Center with the professionalism and giving the tools necessary to law enforcement to do their job. To Melissa and Mark's family, I cannot fathom your pain and the grief that you're going through. We'll take solace in the memory and the work that Melissa did, and you can rest assured that we will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served and the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act. State grieves with you. To John and Yvette Hoffman, the latest news is Senator Hoffman came out of his final surgery and is moving towards recovery. Yvette is healing. And I think when the story comes out, and I'd like to say on behalf of the state of Minnesota, the heroic actions by the Hoffman family and their daughter Hope saved countless lives, and we are grateful. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will continue to investigate. We will keep you informed. We'll spare no expense and no work to make sure
Sounds like
that
a miracle.
happens. A moment in this country where we watch violence erupt.
You know, that you start.
This cannot be the norm.
Right.
It
well,
cannot be the way
don't
that
stoke
we
it
deal
up.
with our political differences.
Don't stoke it up there.
Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country. And each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground. This is who Melissa Hortman was. In the first negotiating session that I had a chance to work with her, she got all the partners in the room, and she provided each and every one of us a copy of a book called Getting to Yes. And the whole premise was debating with a sense of goodwill, a sense of trying to come to compromises that serve everyone. And because of her, we did that. Because of her, we did that year after year after year. That's the embodiment of how things are supposed to work.
This guy's a hypocrite.
It's not about hatred. It's not about mean
That's all you do,
tweets.
though. That's all you do.
It's not about demeaning
That's all you do,
someone.
man.
It's leading with grace and
You're an
compassion
idiot.
and
God.
vision and compromise
Shit.
and decency.
That's all this guy
That was
does.
taken from us in Minnesota with the murder of Speaker Hortman. So for each and every one of us to truly honor, and we will continue to honor that spirit, but we will need to do it in just more than actions and
I like their
memorial.
faces that they make.
Conducting ourselves in the spirit that Melissa Hortman did her work is what the country needs to heal. I will once again say the deep debt of gratitude. These professionals standing behind us and countless others. This was, you'll hear from them, incredibly complex. And to take this suspect in with no life of life or injuries to civilian population and to bring him in alive so he can serve justice, which he will do in Minnesota, is an incredible thing that we are grateful for. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the professionals, starting with Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota, Bob Jacobson.
This guy spent the last year stoking up hate. This guy is an absolute idiot. Walls, I'm talking about.
Good evening. It's good to see you all here tonight. Thank you for coming in. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety. and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. First of all, I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly over the past 2 years since the shooting at Senator Hoffman's home. The coordination between state, local, and federal law enforcement partners is the reason we are here tonight and the suspect is in custody. Boelter exploited the trust our uniforms are meant to represent.
They said
that
Boelter.
betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to thank community members across the state for their support, for their tips, and their information. And I want to thank Governor Walz for his continued support through this very difficult time. With that, I will pass this off to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. As was noted and was previously described, Vance Boelter was taken into custody in Sibley County. We were with you earlier today when we provided information about the manhunt and the myriad of law enforcement that have come together working in partnership so that this evil cannot be continued.
Oh, we got great meals. We got great meals.
We take him into custody, and then the
remember how they used to say that all the time?
Make sure that we have all the evidence we need to ensure that he is held accountable for his crimes. Please bear with me, but I think it's important because it has been noted by the governor, just to give you some background on the teams that were down there, and I may even be missing some in terms of this because there were law enforcement partners, not just from the Twin Cities, but across the state of Minnesota that came together. From the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Tri-City SWAT Team, Eagan Police Department, Burnsville Police Department, our South Metro SWAT Team, the FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, State Patrol, Washington County Sheriff's Office, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, the Richfield Police Department, St. Paul Police Department, Bloomington Police Department, Sibley County. We had Riverview Medics, Green Isle Fire Department, and Lifelink in the area, in addition to Prior Lake, Crow River SWAT, and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office.
And Grant Hughes investigates.
Partners for that we do that. I share all of that for you because that's the commitment when this sort of evil is in one of our communities, that law enforcement comes together to put all of their resources together to make sure that that person is taken into custody. That is so that people across the state of Minnesota and legislators that were targeted in these attacks and that may have been listed can breathe a sigh of relief as quickly as possible as we came together in an incredibly complex set of circumstances in that. He was arrested, as you saw earlier this evening, in the area of 35600 block, 35600 block of 200th Street, Green Isle. What happened in that is, as we noted, there was a manhunt going throughout the day in that area that we've discussed previously, and there was information provided that he was seen in the area. When that information was provided to the investigators that were conducting the ground search, they converged on the area with a number of SWAT teams with the assistance of the Air Wing from Minnesota State Patrol, and we'll provide a few more details about the end of coming into custody in a little bit, but he was taken into custody at that time. He is in custody, and a reminder for anybody that was not, when we've previously said that, taken into custody under a state criminal warrant. That information will be made public, if it is not already, detailing the complaint that he is charged in the cases at this time with the murders of Speaker Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, also with the shootings in John Hoffman and Yvette Hoffman for those crimes, and will be moving forward. We are also in close contact with our federal partners, both the FBI, United States Attorney's Office, who are examining whether or not additional charges should be brought at the federal level related to this at this time. There's a lot of investigation that continues, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Bruley to provide some comments on this and the work. I just want to tell, certainly for the communities of Champlin, City of Brooklyn Park, you both have incredibly professional police departments that work day in, day out and tirelessly in this situation to bring justice and work towards that, not only for the families and the loved ones and the community that are impacted, but for the entire state of Minnesota. And our teams are incredibly proud to work alongside them and all the law enforcement partners. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chief Bruley for some comments on this, and the work will continue in partnership with them and others moving forward. Chief.
Good evening. I'm Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. Just a few comments. One, I'm very proud to tell you that we took the suspect into custody who was responsible for this. That was within 43 hours of the incident. There's no question that this is the largest manhunt in the state's history. Just down at the scene where he was taken into custody, there was 20 different SWAT teams over an extremely large area hunting this individual down to take him into custody. I believe that the state of Minnesota and certainly the city of Brooklyn Park should be extremely proud of the police officers within the city of Brooklyn Park, but the partnerships that we had are unprecedented between the federal agents, the county, the locals, and others around. It is absolutely an incredible task what went on. Essentially, the Brooklyn Park Police Department was turned over into an operations center, and that's all that hundreds of detectives worked on tirelessly for 43 hours. So while this has come to some conclusion where we've made an arrest, there is a ton of work that needs to be done. So I encourage community members, if there's evidence, information, or other things, please continue to feed that information to the Brooklyn Park Police Department so that we can fully investigate this and present a complete case to both the federal jurisdiction and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. With that, I'll turn it over to the State Patrol.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeremy Geiger. I'm the Lieutenant Colonel with the Minnesota State Patrol, the Assistant Chief. The Minnesota State Patrol, along with countless other partners, were responsible for this arrest. The collaborative effort, I cannot stress enough how outstanding that was, helped ensure the suspect's arrest did not result in the injury of any law enforcement that was down there and in the area. We had special response teams on the scene near 200 streets in Sibley County. Several partner law enforcement SWAT teams positioned to form a perimeter at that point in time. The State Patrol also provided the air support that was talked about earlier today. The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time. There was no use of force by any member of law enforcement that was out there, and the suspect was taken into custody without any use of force. Thank you.
With that, we will open it up for a few questions. Reminder, please introduce yourself.
Gotta ask good questions. Hey guys, we had Derek up there challenging everybody, and you left him hanging.
You know, the question is were there any key mistakes? We certainly, at this point, there's a lot of information we can't share right now. In this, what I will tell you is there is some incredibly dedicated law enforcement personnel, criminal intelligence analysts that were out working day in, day out, working together. And what I will tell you is that that the public certainly is always of assistance to us in law enforcement, and incredibly diligent people in the area that provided us the assistance that we needed to get our teams that were already down there that last piece over. But they were certainly in the area and working diligently together.
Thanks, Cheryl.
The question is any indication anybody helped them? We continue to look into that. I don't have anything beyond what we shared earlier today. This investigation, as Chief Bruley noted, will be continuing to expand at this point in time to make sure that we continue to look at all angles of this. And everybody did help him. We will certainly hold them accountable for doing that in this process. The question was how the Hoffmans helped save lives, and what he. Okay, I don't have the specific. And then what did he say when he was taken into custody? I don't have the specifics on what he said when he was taken into custody. You know, we're incredibly grateful that the Hoffmans are still here with us at this point in time, and that they will be hopefully on a continued path to recovery, and that they will provide us the information. We've been able to talk to them today, and they will be providing key information to us as part of this investigation moving forward. at the end, the question was, did he have a phone with him? I don't have the specifics on everything that was with him when he was arrested at this time. I will say he was armed, and that he came when he was taken into custody, but we'll be sifting through all of that information from there. What's that? I can't on the weapons at this time, so Paul. Yeah. The question is, again, expanding on the Hoffmans and providing addition. What I'll tell you, Chief Bruley mentioned this yesterday, and his police officers going to check proactively on Speaker Hortman's home at that time. If that had not happened,
that's what they do, Cindy.
Every confidence that this would have continued throughout the day by his
they're
officers
not being
countering
selfish.
him at that. It was forced to abandon the vehicle that he had at that time and lead to what we got to today. So by that incident occurring and the law enforcement communication that was occurring, it allowed the proactive approach that was able to get to the point where they were able to now eventually take
the vehicle is what led to him. Hey, thanks, Alley Cake. Where was he?
So the question is about the teams and then what was done to get him into custody. So we don't get into operational details for the safety of our law enforcement going forward in terms of what it is. But what I can say is the incredible teamwork that was
I bet
done
that was
in the
funny,
large number
Zozo.
of law enforcement certainly put us in a position where they were able to maneuver into this area to safely put him in a place where, you know, I don't know what was going through his head and I wouldn't speculate, but they have incredibly professional teams that are trained on this and how to take somebody into custody, and they provided the commands and he gave up peacefully.
Superintendent Joey Kaplan from WCCO and CBS News. First, if you could just speak personally to you and all your colleagues. I imagine this is a relief for a lot of you. You talk about what it means personally to have this done. Only a few hours ago, you weren't sure if he was in the state, let alone in the country.
The question is the relief for all of us. I mean, the relief for us in law enforcement is we feel an incredible amount of pressure to bring a person into custody, bring safety to the community. These professionals behind me and their teams, this is what they do. This is what they get paid to do, and they're honored to do the work on behalf of Minnesotans every single day. So the relief is that we can bring that sense of relief to communities across Minnesota, legislators that were on that list, and that's what we want to do.
Matt Sepik with the Youngers. At what point did you get the call and from whom generally that he was in that area in Reno?
The question was on the call and when did we get it? It was happening over the time. I don't have the specific timeline, but we were alerted as soon as there was a spotting of the person in the area for all of the command staff here, and as our teams continue to work. And as
Come on, Cindy, you ruined my perception.
Yeah.
We know there was surveillance footage that was used for pictures. You just mentioned someone talked about the air team. Was it a fixed wing? Was it a helicopter that was following you? What role did technology?
Yeah, the question is what role, and I can't get into all the technology, obviously.
I took
just some of
ASL
it
in
is,
college, so some of the stuff
that we
I
do
see.
Don't share the information to make sure that we protect it so it's utilized going forward. However, I will say that both UAVs throughout the day are incredibly important to our teams.
It's kind of interesting,
aerial
actually, how it
vehicles
works.
that we use, that there were numerous ones out there providing that, and then our helicopter in this situation provides an incredibly important bird's eye view that also allows us special views to be able to see individuals such as infrared and others that we utilize on a regular basis. So technology in cases like this are incredible tools to be able to supplement the great hard work of all the people that were on the ground every day. Let's go here first. So right now he is being interviewed at a law enforcement facility. More information on where he will actually be ultimately will be released at a later time.
What law enforcement agency or
I can't share where he is currently, but that information will be available soon.
They must be confused, the deaf people, because they're looking at this person making these faces.
So this is, where was he hiding? This
But
is
he's
a
not
rural
making those
area. These
faces.
are
So who's
fields
she
and different wooded settings
interpreting?
around, and that's where he was ultimately captured. Sibley County is, you know, a rural county in the state of Minnesota, and so it's what a lot of that streams, fields, woods, crops, and so where he was ultimately taken into custody was in a field.
No, that's just, it's easy. We had to do.
Yes, absolutely. It assisted previously, and they were out there. The helicopter was out there before the sun went down. But after that happened, yes, that technology did come into play. I'll turn that back over to the superintendent here too, but I don't think that that information is available right now.
Mark Bruley, Police Chief, Brooklyn Park. The question is how long did we know that he was there? A vehicle that we believed that he was in was spotted many hours before and had been abandoned. An alert police officer believed that he may have seen the individual running into the woods, and that started a large-scale perimeter that we set up, or down in Sibley County set up, and we started to deploy resources, including the Brooklyn Park SWAT team, and along with many other SWAT teams, to contain an extremely large area, knowing that this is an
Did the hat on the ground mean anything to you?
During that, we got privy to additional information of an individual that was in the woods, and that search went on for many hours until ultimately we were able to locate him in the woods. In approximately an hour and a half or so, we were able to close the distance in with the technology and the State Patrol helicopter, and where we were able to call him out to us. Yeah, it's absolutely way too soon to say that right now. That's where the investigation, we have been just solely focused on the manhunt. And the goal is to give some calm to the situation of many individuals that were on the list that were worried about their safety. And this is a very dangerous individual for our community, and that's why so many resources and such a great collaboration came together to focus on removing him from society so that we can restore some sort of calm and bring some healing to our community and to our state. Now begins the hard work of looking at what the motive is, looking at putting this case together, and so that's yet to come.
People that were on the list, what other, I know there were politicians from Wisconsin on this, what other states were people on the list?
It was multiple states. I don't have the exhaustive list, but it was multiple states.
I mean, the guy talking isn't making those faces.
We can, there's a few, I don't want to say it because it won't be exhaustive, but you know, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, some others that were on there. There was a variety, Nebraska, Iowa, we've had contact. What I will tell you, and I will not get into any more specifics beyond that, we are in coordination with our federal partners and our fusion centers in those states to coordinate with local law enforcement and the FBI in those states and the state fusion centers that are there to be able to provide that information and notify those individuals that they were on that list. The question is, are we concerned there's other people out there that could be working with them? We will fully explore that. I've said on this, we are relatively confident, we are confident that the violence that he committed and the murders he committed and the attempted murders, that he conducted that activity alone. We will be exploring if there are any broader network. We have not uncovered any of that at this time, but that will be part of our investigation, and we will fully explore that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it was this one right here. Let's see. Hold on.
Lydia Callis, the mayor's mesmerizing sign language interpreter.
Whose expressive sign language interpreting turned disaster press briefings into an Alvin Ailey sign language recital.
Her signs are set to
mute. Yeah, she was great.
There's a Gangnam Style spoof.
Open Gangnam Style.
And
that's actually kind of funny. But I remember these press conferences. She was so good, you know. Like, Bloomberg is the most boring person to listen to in the history of the planet. and she made those somewhat interesting. It's weird too, because I mean, I know that they make the faces because it's sort of creating visual stimulus that they're missing from the audio portion, right? So they're making these faces so that it isn't just like you're looking at hands moving. You're getting extra stimuli that maybe the voice said, but what's interesting is the person talking isn't making those faces, so it seems like it would be sort of confusing looking. Well, they don't sound like that. I mean, they don't look like they're saying what you're saying, because you're really animated over there, right? So it's kind of strange. Not really, didn't get a lot of information in there. So let's read that article that I think Derek sent over. I think I still have it sitting here. I don't know. Where the hell is it? I have to go find it. Now it looks like Lisa Valenzuela sent in a coffee. We had a couple earlier from, hey, thanks for Mary. Bought me a few cups of coffee there. Thanks, Mary. Tenor. And Tim Walls, who's actually probably Ted Bundy, sent in $2. Well, good. I'm glad somebody loves me out there, Natalie. Let's see. Let's read that article. Yeah, right here. They didn't mention that the wife was arrested, though, did they? I didn't hear it. But you guys, if you guys are out there and you can help support the channel, that'd be great. We still need to keep on trucking here. We had some horrendous days a few days ago, and we're still just kind of trying to catch up to that. Yeah, they do that, but it's just kind of, I think they just do it to add some stimuli to the conversation, because when we're listening to people talk, we hear their tone of voice, we hear the words, and we understand it. A person, if you're just watching somebody sign and they have a blank face, man, you're really limited. But what's interesting is the faces that the signers make don't seem to represent the feeling that the person talking is giving. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of strange, it's like somebody's sitting there going, yes, today I washed my car, and then after I washed my car, I was actually feeling a little bit tired, put a sweater on, and went to sleep. Now, if these guys told it, it'd be like, oh, and they have all these faces and everything that they're making, and you'd be like, whoa, and that's not what I was trying to say. I don't know who the one that was fake. So this says, the same gunman who is suspected of killing Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark is also accused of shooting Senator, we know that, John Hoffman and his wife Yvette in coordinated attacks early Saturday morning. The suspect, identified by the Associated Press as 57-year-old Vance Boelter, remains at large. Senator Hoffman and Yvette are recovering after surgery. Both were shot multiple times, according to law enforcement. KARE 11 investigative reporter A.J. Legault spoke with Hoffman's nephew, who said a bullet narrowly missed the senator's heart. He said Yvette Hoffman did not suffer damage to any organs despite being shot. He also revealed, that's just pure luck, revealed that during the attack on their Champlin, Minnesota home, Yvette threw herself on top of their daughter, shielding her from the bullets. The Hoffmans were at Mancini's the night before for a fundraiser. Legault reports the family is very hopeful regarding their condition. Legault interviewed Hoffman twice in the past week. Legault describes him as a pragmatic lawmaker who works across the aisle. Images from the scene show bullet holes in the front door of the Hoffman home. Right. Exactly. Authorities say Boelter, dressed as a police officer, went to the Hoffman home in Chaplin around 2 a.m. in what looked like a police vehicle. Brooklyn Park police say they discovered a manifesto in the suspect's abandoned vehicle. Wonder why he had that in his vehicle. Abandoned vehicle that identified multiple lawmakers and other officials, according to Brooklyn Park Police Chief Bruley. Those named on the list have been alerted and provided security. The manhunt involves hundreds of officers from Brooklyn Park Police, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, blah, blah, blah. Brooklyn Park Police issued a shelter in place. Do not answer doors for single individuals. All right. So that seemed to have a little extra info there.
Raya is live in Champlin right now. Raya, what a chilling scene when you see that front door.
Yeah, but again, I mean, the front door doesn't match this statement here at all. It says video surveillance footage. This is the first house, the Hoffman's house. From the exterior of the residence showed a Ford SUV with police-style lights parked in the driveway of the residence. It also showed a man later identified as defendant Vance Boelter, wearing a mask, a blue shirt, and police-style tactical vest with a badge and a yellow gripped gun, approached the front door with a flashlight. Defendant knocked on the door and announced himself as a police officer before entering the house and shooting victims 3 and 4. But how come there's 10 bullet holes in the door then? If you went in inside and shot them. So if we get the answer for that, let me know. It's pretty crazy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I mean, American Sign Language is actually kind of interesting how it works, you know. I mean, I don't remember everything exactly, but I remember stuff like if you went like to do something, you would go do, like do, and then if it was in the past, you would go like that and then back like that, or did, you drop the D, like this is do, and then like that is did, if I remember right, you know, stuff like that. And I used to be able to, you know, do all the letters, and but that was back, shit, I mean, it was like 40 years ago, so I don't know it now. Anyways, you guys, we got to keep on trucking here. We're still not at the goal for tonight, so if you have the ability to help support the channel, that'd be great. We're on one of those massive lulls again. That doesn't make any sense, Zep. That doesn't make any sense. They said he entered the home and shot them. It doesn't mean if the door was slightly open, there'd be these angled shots. One hole even has 2 holes in it. Well, sounds like now we're just going to be waiting for documents and other things like that. I don't really have anything else to say about this case, do you? So basically what we need, you guys, this is for the night. To reach the goal where I'll donate 5 memberships, we need a minimum of 7 channel memberships total. Alright, so we're getting close. I read Vance shot Mr. Hoffman 9 times through the door and entered the house and shot... I know, but where did you read it? I didn't see it. That's the thing. And in that document, that's a probable cause document. Why doesn't it say that? I mean, it's so bizarre. That's incredible that Hoffman, they're shot 9 and 8 times each, and they live. I mean, man, that the odds of that are like 1 in a million. I mean, that's crazy. Maybe we could try to do that, though, you guys. Reach that goal. All right, I'm going to switch off of this. But Tim Walz is an absolute hypocrite. That guy stokes so much hate and violence, and he's the reason oftentimes that there's people that believe certain things, and he should just shut the hell up and look in the mirror and blame himself for a lot of the crap that happens. I don't know. Wasn't it like a 38 or something? I don't know. I don't remember. I know we can. We just have to get 7 more channel memberships, and that'll be the minimum goal where I can donate the 5 memberships myself. So it'd be cool if you guys would do 7 more memberships. That way we can get a bunch more of those. And hopefully people stay around. Or in a glass. We know Mike Weber. We know Mike Weber. We got it. We got it, Mike. It'd be cool if you ever put something in the chat where it was like new info, something that I went, oh, wow. We see him actually opening up the door in one of the images. Have you ever seen that? Here, I'll show you. We've seen it on the show. Hey, there's M10 with one of them. See right here? Look. He's got the door open right here. See that? There it is. The glass door's open. Let's see. I know that one in that article we just read. It said it barely, almost missed. It just missed his heart. Let's see. All right. I mean, that was so creepy to see. I'd like to see the original video of surveillance. I mean, how freaky is that? That surveillance picks up exactly what he did. It's not missing it. I mean, I mean, if it looks like this, that angle, that means they can see every single thing that he did. There's nothing missing. Jim Lawn just sent me some pictures of beer taps. I don't know who that is, Natalie. So, anything else on this one? I don't have anything. Now we can go back to the video from earlier today that I put out there that hopefully you guys went and watched. So what we were talking about earlier is in the DoorDash. The DoorDash driver appears to have shown up in a body camera video. This lady here claims that she's going to be testifying in the Koberger case in this body camera. Now, when the person put it out there, they didn't know that that's what this people would have found it. I don't even know how anybody stumbled upon this, to be honest. But maybe somebody found her name, looked her up, and then looked up body camera, and then was, whoa, it's already out there, or something like that. I don't know, but it's just pretty crazy. We just need 6 more channel memberships. Yeah. I can't stand, like the Karen Reed case. I know people are really interested in it, but I have people emailing me. Like one person made a comment underneath the video. The one show that I did where I think that it looks like The taillights it's already missing before she backs up into that little tiny nick of the car. Somebody said, Gray, I was really hoping you'd look into this, but now I realize why I unsubscribed. I can't believe you think that the... I just want... You know what? I get so disgusted by these people. You unsubscribe because I look at it and I see that the taillight looks like it's already missing before it back. You're a pile of shit, okay? What a absolute pile of crap you are. Okay, and that's the honest to God truth. I mean, how disgusting. My God. So I have to look at it, and if I don't have exactly your thought on it, you're going to unsubscribe? Wow. I can see how it might be interesting for people, but you really had to have started to watch it from the very beginning and the first trial to see how things change and then move on to the next. And, you know, so what I did was I just looked at the one thing without having any bias at all. I mean, as a matter of fact, you know, I've heard there's a conspiracy, so I was looking to try to see what they were like. Wow. And when I did it, I didn't see, when I look at the rear taillights, when I saw it, just using an unbiased point of view, just looking at it, to me it looked consistent with how, you know, it was found. I mean, it was, or, you know, like earlier in the evening looked similar to what it looked like in the Sally port or whatever. Now, they do have a witness who said, oh no, I saw it, but man, that guy got killed up on the stand. I mean, later on, he admitted that, well, his memory sucks. I mean, it was weird. So if you didn't listen to the follow-up on it, that guy just got creamed up there. So to believe that guy remembered seeing it, he actually ended up saying, you know that the light behind the car where it was filming the back of the vehicle? He goes, yeah, that's what it looked like. That's what I remember. So okay, so then it looked exactly like that. Yeah, so it's just wild, man. People just get so yeah, I mean, the problem is that's a case where if she's found guilty, nobody would believe, there's no vindication. Like, they won't go, hey, Gray, I guess you were right on that. Nobody will say that. They're going to go, that's bull crap, that's corruption, that's the reason, and they're going to go on and on and on. So it doesn't matter what happens in that case. It's just going to be what it is. But hey, you guys, we only need 6 NOR channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5 myself. Is there any way we can get there as a group? We've got 245 people. Should be pretty simple. Yeah, that's what people believe. Corruption runs deep. Blah, 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 blah. Well, Gray, if you haven't watched, you wouldn't know. Yeah, I get it. I understand the part where, you know, even the people, they've been fired and all these different things, and the FBI investigated something. I'm sure there's stuff out there. I don't know anything else about the case, other than I looked at the taillight information, and it looked to me like the taillight was missing before she backed in, because there was no taillight on the ground after she barely backed into that little car, just barely nicked it. There was no taillight on the ground, and apparently a big chunk was already missing. When it pulls away, you can see it. It looks exactly the same. Is he really, Lisa? Yeah, I mean, I think they might find it's going to be hard to get a guilty, just straight guilty verdict with so many, you know, kind of like there's things that you can go, man, that's interesting. Yeah, why did that guy? There's things that would make you pause in there, and I don't know the whole case, but remember we went over it pretty in depth a long time ago. One time, remember that? And why is it that my trying to get to the last 6 channel memberships just falling on deaf ears, you guys? Let's try to get this done. We got to get to the goal so I can donate the 5 memberships. Should be pretty easy. All right. Anyways, I just want to go over to this now. So I was trying to show people was that she says, people think she says something in here about, like, well, right here, parked right next to him. This part. This is really the only part that matters. I parked right next to him. I parked right next to him. When? You know, like, when did you park right next to him? Yeah, I don't want to. Let's just quit talking about it. So if she comes in, let me get the right time. I mean, one of the things you got to re-look at is when did she actually get there? You know, or, you know, the DoorDash driver, if you believe that's her, when did she get there? I mean, is it possible she got here at like 3:38? And maybe when Koberger was coming in here at 3:36 and something, she's sort of behind him and then pulls in here at like I mean, not 3:38, 3:58, and then maybe like at 3:57 or so, she pulls in here. And then Koberger comes around here and sits there for a minute, maybe right there, and there's a car right there with its lights on. And then he sort of drives away and he's looking at that. And he drives up here and he's still looking. He still sees that car. And then he does a U-turn right here and he comes back around and that car's still there. So he decides to go the long way back around. And, you know, that car is there that whole time. So maybe when he stopped for the 30 seconds, that's when it would be. I don't know. I just saw it on different videos and so forth. But, man, you guys, what's going on with the massive lull? We've got, we need 6 more channel memberships. I would think a DoorDash would park out in the little parking lot out front. But else he parked out back. I don't even know what that means, Sherry. But I think like everybody else, he parked out back. I think that, what do you mean, but? You said the DoorDasher parked in the little parking lot. Then you say, but I think like everybody. I don't know. I mean, you say back here. I don't know if he parked back here. I think he could have parked right here. We've talked about that many times on the show. As a matter of fact, right here. Look at where this is. So if you went back, let's just go back to, like, what if he just parked right here, facing that direction? He goes inside and does that, and look how easy it is over here to just come back out, walk up this little tiny hill here. That fence was not there at the time. Get into the car and then drive away, and the DoorDasher would be right where this guy is. And then when the DoorDasher could have just sat there for 10 minutes even. I mean, we don't even know. The DoorDash driver could have sat there and then saw the car drive away right in front of her. Yeah, boy. Yeah, so it sits there for 30 seconds and then leaves, and then it comes back later at 4:05. But what's weird is, couldn't the DoorDash driver maybe, I mean, I don't know. I guess the DoorDash could have still been there at 4:05, and then maybe even when he parked finally here, You know, I guess it's possible. And maybe her lights were off in her car. She was just chilling out. And he didn't see that, but she saw him. I don't know. I have no idea. But none of us have any idea. Law enforcement does. They have the DoorDash vehicle on camera. On this building has a camera, and it films the vehicle coming in and coming here and then leaving at a certain point. They know exactly when that is. We don't. I guess I'm going to have to dance a jig here in a minute. We just completely hit a massive lull. I mean, currently we have 16 channel memberships. We need 5 more, and then I'll donate 5, and then we'll have 26. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, I said that, Lil D. I just said that exact sentence. That Dateline episode again, I think. Yeah, well, it has nothing to do. The DoorDash is not in the Dateline episode. I know. I just want to reach the goal again. I don't know what happened when it just collapsed for no reason. You know, it's just bizarre. Let's see. On Dateline, it said he almost hit someone. Right. I don't know what he's saying. Did he almost hit another car? He did say someone, but some people might say, "Oh God, he almost hit somebody." You know, like another car. I don't know if there was literally a person walking that they have in their documents that he almost hit. Man, that's another crazy story. It's another witness that'll say, "Yeah, no, I was walking right here, and the white car drove right at a really high rate of speed." You know, they'll probably bring that person up just to make that statement, and that's it. And that'll just corroborate the timing and everything. What happened, Alley Cake? It just went... I need some different footage from out here, because I just have the same. I mean, I have really valuable, 360-degree footage, but I need different footage now. Well, there's one. Dixie Hippie. Somebody finally heard what I was saying. That was amazing. Thank you. Yeah, some people say the DoorDash driver was driving around back here and stuff. They're really the car. I mean, really? They did for 30-something minutes. They were doing loops around the back of the... Give me a break. Most lime green, Gray. She says she saw him sitting there, Ivan. I don't know if she says that. I don't hear that. She said she parked right next to him. But some people say in this other segment right here, listen. His car? Did she say his car or something? His car's in the street. Is that what he's saying? His car's in the street? How about that? His car's in the street. Listen.
cars in each page.
There's cars in this. Wait, hold on. Let me hear it one more time. Doing a little money skipper. Man. Yeah. Not sure what it said.
Cars in each page.
Somebody made a comment underneath my video earlier. Maybe I could go try to find that. It sort of sounded like it might be what. Let me see. I think there was a live chat associated with it, right? Well, she sounds to me like she's just really, I don't know. I don't want to say. Yeah, see that video's getting crushed now. 484 every 6 minutes. That's terrible. Ah, Jesus. Living right here. Yeah, well, hopefully she remembers everything well from that night. I mean to watch this. Welcome, everybody. You're right, Gray. But DoorDash driver saw BK. Yeah, I mean, I made videos saying that they should have passed each other. If it was 3:59, they passed each other. Let's see. Hi, Gray. Hi, Gray. I was dying to hear your take on this. She did see a green. Lisa Valenzuela. She did see a green car. She didn't see a green car. There's somebody near the end. See, I just saw on cop. I remember early on the case, they said it was a female. Oh, that was for MAGA Mama. Happy Father's Day. She wrote. Wait, what did Becky say? I just watched. Oh, saw him next to her. I didn't hear that. But somebody else said something that it sounded pretty good. I'm looking over on the chat over here. A car in the space. Is that what, let's see, does it say that? Let's see. A car in the space.
Cars in each page.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? His car's in the space. Or I think it might be street. His car's in the street. You guys hear that? Let's try that. His car's in the street. Hey, thanks, Ron Hendricks. His car's in the street.
Cars in each page. Okay.
His car's in the street. I don't hear the word parked. You hear the word parked? Jesus. I think a survivor guilt thing. No wonder why Ann Taylor. I think I said, oh, it could say that. And he was bloody. Where do you come up with that? A car is in the space and he was bloody. Really? Let me hear that. Oh, it does sound like she said, it does sound like he says, and he was something, doesn't it? That's interesting. Wow. Hold on. I don't hear, it's like a sound, like straight almost, you know. Listen to that again. And he was, right, yeah. Hey, why don't we try, let's put the words up on there and see if we can make it, see what it sounds like. Now maybe something like, his car is in the street. What did that person say? She said, it said a car in the space, but I think it says street. And then again, and he something. All right, watch. And he's, so it's like, and he's like that, right? You guys hear all that? I mean, the only word that I'm not totally certain of is the street part. All right, listen to that again. And thanks up there to Ron Hendricks. Where are we at now? We need 3 more channel memberships. Actually, like 3.5. Come on, you guys, you can do it. All right, here we go. It almost like he's, I mean, and that's it. I mean, I can't tell that last word. His car's in the trees, Maga Mama? Come on. His car's in the trees? I guess you could see, maybe see him through the trees. His car's in the... I guess it could say trees. I don't know. Let's see. See, that lady thought she says bloody in that whisper, but I can't hear it well enough to say that. Thanks, Jim Lawn. Double Whopper, heavy mayo. You're sort of like Ted Bundy. You know, he comes in here with these little sentences.
Gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt?
All right, now it's officially just 3 channel memberships. Gets us to me donating 5. All right, I want to boost that one word. Where is it?
Okay.
All right, let me try to like make an audio game, put it up like 5, then just on the filter. Jesus. There it is. Ah, what happened?
Okay. So you think it's all of those issues that...
All right. Well, thank you all very much. What the heck was that? I knew it. Look at it. Broke down. I knew it was going to. That's why I hit... God, man, that... Adobe Premiere blows. I mean, it's great, but it just, you know, gets really touchy. I don't know. We've tried hearing all that stuff. We can't really hear much. Huh, let's listen to that now. Hold on. That seemed like that was, you could actually hear that. So let's listen. Here we go.
Okay.
What do you think he's saying? She's sort of... Ah, God, it's just too... Hard to say. Hard to say. What do you mean? Nobody released the video, you guys. This is just on a website of Officer Axon, a website called Officer Axon, because see up here, these are always these Axon videos. So they put it out there, and they put it out there a long time ago. It's not recent. This is just somebody that puts out body camera from all over the place. They had even the title had nothing to do with it. Huh? What's going on? What are you guys talking about? Running? Oh, is that what you guys are coming up with? You guys all heard running together at the same time? All of you? Let's see.
Okay.
Maybe. It's just kind of, it sounds like, I mean. Doesn't that sound right? I mean. Listen. I mean. That sounds exactly the same. Almost like she was like, I mean, you know, like that. But, I mean. The car's in the street. I mean. But she whispered it. I don't think it sounds like, I mean, like that. I mean. Like that. See that? I mean. And then she quit talking. See, like, let's watch this, watch. I mean. Doesn't that sound exactly the same? But yeah, it's she could be saying anything. And he's running? Oh, Jesus. It doesn't say car is running. Okay, you're saying it says his car was next to me and it was running. Let's see. You think that says next to me? That doesn't sound like next to me at all. No, it doesn't say that. Right. That's why it's sort of like it's the same thing as doing the spirit box and a cloud. You know, you see a cloud and you say, look, it's a rabbit. And, you know, had a person saw it themselves, they wouldn't have thought rabbit. But then you start pointing out the ears and everything. They go, oh, look, there it is. You know, and now they can't unsee the rabbit. Right. But there's only a couple options. It would have to be right around 3:58 something that she saw him parked, because she got there earlier. Like, you know, she drops off the DoorDash at 3:59. Somebody made a comment in the comment section saying that they'll often type in delivered before, like as they're pulling up, they say delivered, and then that gets the camera ready, so when they drop it, they just take the picture. So maybe that explains the other thing where we have 3:59 and 46 seconds, where they press deliver at 3:59 as they're sort of pulling into the complex. And then when we hear the DoorDash, the beeps from the key fob, that's actually the time she gets out of her car. See what I'm saying? Yeah, we just need to get to 3 memberships, and then I'll donate 5, and then we'll call it good on that, you guys, and then we'll move on to something else. But definitely kind of sucks that we were doing so well, and then we just sort of went. Yep, no statements from her at all. They're keeping her quiet. And I do that also sometimes. Like, so you put delivered, and then you pull up to the home. So you might even press the delivered 25 seconds before you get out of your car, right? I don't know what that means, Daphne, man. That was way too... Let's see. That's so gray. They told me so. I don't even know what that means. Man, I don't understand any of your guys' comments tonight. She must have completed her sentence because the cop says, okay. Yeah, right. I mean, they had a conversation. The cop understood what she said. We can't understand it.
Car accident page abuse. Okay. So you think it's all of those issues?
So you think it's all those issues that are creating the problem? Yeah, I don't think it says that. I think you want it to say that, just me, but you know, it makes it sound much more sort of. I'm sure that's what some other YouTubers said it said, so now everybody hears that. This car's in the street and he's bloody. Can I ask you when that would have been? I'm just using common sense here. I know, you don't try to sound comprehensible, that's the problem. But can anybody in here explain, like how, you know, it would have had to have been 4:20 for this person to see anybody having blood on them. Does that make sense to anybody? Anybody at all? Does that make sense? How does it make sense that the DoorDash driver saw Kohberger with blood on him? That's impossible. Unless she was still sitting there at 4:20 after dropping the DoorDash off at 3:59. Do you think she just sat there for 20-something minutes? You've not followed the case. No ideas. Oh, come on. Jesus, I don't believe that.
Car accident page abuse. Okay.
To me, it sounds like she says, like, I mean, like she was going to say something else and just sort of trailed off. She does say something else.
So you think it's...
So she sort of started saying some other thing there. Yeah, if she's... There's no way she would say bloody. Okay, but I trust that's what you thought you heard, just me. But that's because I said it earlier, too. That somebody on my last video said that. His car's in the street and it's running, maybe. How about that? How about that? His car's in the street and it's running. Alright, there's Timothy Cecil. We now only need 2 channel memberships for me to donate 5 full channel memberships. Will you guys make it? We've absolutely hit a massive lull for no particular reason.
Okay.
I don't know. And he's running. I mean, why would you say running so quietly like that? I don't know. All the rest is absolutely what's said now, right? Street. And he's...
Okay. So you think it's...
See, it seems like she's said exactly what I said. Like, she... You know how people talk like that? Like, his car's in the street. I mean, he was like, you know... But she goes, his car was in the street. I mean... Like, he was... And we never get to hear anything else. I think that's exactly what she said. Thanks, Timothy Cecil. So I think that's why that last part is so hard to hear. Oh, Derek Sherman, look at that, a cup of Java. We just need 1 more channel membership. Will there be anybody else out there? That would be awesome. His car was in the street by me. Let's see. Let's check that one out. No. Rewrite that again. It says, and he's, that's in there. You got to put that in there, Daphne. So make sure to write that with that in there. His car's in the street and he's... Maybe it says, and he's by me. Okay, let's try that. His car's in the street and he's by me. Maybe by me. That's possible. His car is in the street and he's by me. That could be something she would say, all right? So let's put that up there and you guys listen and... and he's by me. That would be the sentence, Daphne. All right, let's see what that sounds like. So now that you see it on the screen, look at what's on the screen and then listen.
Okay.
And he's by me. That one sounds pretty good. That one, not too bad, Daphne. You threw in the right words, just your sentence wasn't right. It could be right. That one sounds pretty good. His car's in the street and he's by me. Like she's right there too. Let's see. His car is in the... No, doesn't say space. Doesn't say space. I guess we could try. But why would you say the car's in the space? So you were listening to one of the other channels, right? Because everybody keeps saying that one. And it just doesn't... I mean, there is... I guess there is kind of a sound in there that's like... Instead of street, it's like straight, you know, like... It's like this street. But it doesn't, I think it sounds more like street than space, for sure.
Okay. Okay.
wait, hold on. Hey, what about, and he's, watch this. Watch this one. Hold on. Hey, listen to this. Listen to this. I mean, this kind of makes sense. Watch this one. Listen to this. Watch.
Okay.
He's driving, right? His car's in the street and he's driving. That one sounded pretty good too. And he's driving. See? Listen.
Okay.
Sounds like that sounds right too. Maybe we'll put. Yeah, but he doesn't say all those words, Cindy. He doesn't say "and he goes." There's none of that's in there. You can't invent sounds, you know.
Okay.
Like almost like Koberger's driving. You see what I'm saying? His car's in the street and he's driving. You know, like he's driving. You know, like that's the guy. I don't know. Could be by, you know, his car's in the street and he's by me. The driving part, though, is sort of more consistent with what's happening. You see what I'm saying? Like, his car is in the street and he's driving. You know, it's not still. The car's driving. So that actually matches what would be the reality of what's happening. And that would make more sense. Let's go all the way back to the beginning again. The whole thing. Right back here, let's see.
And then now I have to testify. Big partner case too, so yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah.
You have to testify in which murder case?
Murder case with the college girl.
Oh.
My DoorDash driver, I saw it right there. Right next to him.
Parked next to him. Maybe it doesn't say that. No, it does say that. Park right next to him. And then why would you say then later this part?
Okay.
Okay, that would make by me sound more right. Like if you put by me back here and he's by me, that fits better with this. So he parked right next to him. His car is in the street and he's, wow, man, that actually makes a hell of a lot. Watch this one. So, see, he would be in this street here. She's in this parking lot. Let's go back to my trusty, you guys, okay, let's see. Did we get to the last one? Here, watch this. Let me show you. I'm going to go right, that's probably about like right there, right. So look, if he's right there, his car is in the street, this street, and he's by me, and she's right there. Isn't that weird? I think that actually makes sense. If it was driving, it would sort of sounds like that. I mean, that doesn't fit with the previous sentence, but in this one, she says, he's parked right next to, I'm parked right next to him, and then it says his car is in the street, and he's by me. So that he's still parked. See? It's right there. It's awesome. Oh, did I get the goal? Oh, okay. Who did it? Oh, Ron Hendricks. Thanks, Ron. All right, here we go. Thanks for letting me know. Gonna have to open up my Firefox again. His car's in the street. Why me? I mean, I guess there was like a pause there. Let's see. And he's, why me? I guess anything's possible. I don't know. There was cars there. You know, there's a car in the street, and she drove up into the parking lot. There's a bunch of cars. There's space to stop behind them. You know. I don't understand that. Yeah, sure. Ethan's car might have been there. There might have been other Jeeps there and everything, but he'd still be on the other. His car. No, Ethan's Jeep was in the parking lot of 1122 King Road. He wasn't on that side street. Man, it's just such a hassle having to go all the way to Firefox and then. There we go. Boom. Alright. There we go. Boom. Now you can't add syllables in. Yeah, see, he never said anything about in parks or anything. But just look at the wording now. See, this one, this sounds exactly what's said, right? Parked right next to him, right? That sounds exactly, I mean, I don't think there's any question. After I fix the audio, you can actually hear it. Watch, listen. Let's see. I wonder if she says I was right next to him. Listen to that again. Not parked, but I was right next to him. Listen. Could have said parked right next to him. I mean, parked sounds good too. I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyways, right there it says, I parked right next to him. So then we move it over here. This makes sense, right? Wow. And he's by me. He's right there. He's like right there, you know. Yeah, so if you look at this picture here, there was probably cars parked right over here underneath where the tree is, and there, and here, and here, and here. And the DoorDash driver likely just pulled in back here. Like right there, you know. They didn't pull up, try to sneak in with the cars. Probably parked right there, and then you can see that there's a car parked right there. I parked next to him, huh? Jesus, my God. Yeah, parked right next to him. Yeah, that's what it says, yep. Doesn't say in, there's no in at the end. I can tell you that. Yep, and yep, I made a community post for the Happy Father's Day. I don't know if any of the fathers saw it out there, but, you know, comment on there if you want. I don't know if you did. And he's coming. What? Where are you guys coming up with this stuff? My God, it's just scary. I'm parked next to him. His car is in the street and he's coming. Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're just doing another two-syllable word. It doesn't seem to fit the thing. Why would he be coming? This is at the time when the DoorDash driver is there. Here, let me show you on the timeline here again. See, look at right here. At 3:56:24, a vehicle is heading south. This is the white Elantra. Is heading south right here, and then heads this direction. All right, and then at 3:56:55, the vehicle is spotted right here coming around the corner. So basically 357 right here, right? Then at 3:57 and 27 seconds, the vehicle's right here and the headlights are hitting the top of this building right there. So it's coming around and the headlights are hitting this building, and that's right when it's turning at 3:57:27. Then the vehicle drives somewhere down here and stops. All right, just try to stick with me here, right? The vehicle, let's just say it came right here. I'm actually going to put a pin there and just say possible, you know, like, am I in the right spot here? Possible parking spot for Kohberger. Yeah, just throw it in there. Shoot. Forget it. I'll just it's right here. Pretend like this car right there. Just looking at that picture, let's just say it's right around in this area, okay? And that would be at, so remember the time frame. That's at 3:57:27, so probably at 3:57:35 is when the car stopped, or like maybe 3:57:40. Let's just say that at 3:57:40, after at 3:57:27, 13 seconds later, which is kind of a long time, the car parks right here. And we know it parks there because at 3:58:23, which is 43 seconds after the time that it would have stopped, it's seen on camera. And it's seen on camera right here at 3:58 and I think it was 3:58 and 23 seconds right here. So from right there to here, it would probably only take about 6 seconds. So that would mean, just based on what I'm saying, is that at 3:57:40 to 3:58:18, so that would be 38 seconds, that car was stopped and it was parked right, let's just say it was parked right here for 38 seconds. And then let's say that the DoorDash driver actually got there at 3:58, for example. Maybe even like 3:57:50, it pulls in here. And then his car is right here. And he could have been already sitting here, and that car pulls in. And she doesn't immediately get out of her car. So let's say she got out of her car, got pulled in here at 3:58. So for 13 seconds he's sitting there, that DoorDash driver is there. Then this car then pulls away. She sees him right there on the street next to her as he's driving away, and then she gets out at 3:59 and puts the DoorDash delivery. How about that? You see how that works? No, she wouldn't zap. Why do people wonder stuff that doesn't work in here? It doesn't work with the information that we have. If he had a balaclava on, it would have been at 4:08 or later, or at like 4:18 when he's leaving the house, not at 3:59. He's not driving around wearing a balaclava. That would be nuts. I guess it's, you know, possible that he drove his vehicle around the neighborhood wearing a balaclava. But what I'm saying is that Kohberger was parked right here somewhere from 3:40 till, I'm not 3:40, from 3:57:40 to 3:58:18. Okay, so that might be when the DoorDash driver got there to be able to deliver at 3:59. You see that? That's only 45 seconds later. So when she pulls in there, that car is sitting right there on the road. That's the only part that makes the most sense regarding the DoorDash driver. Now, you could argue, though, I mean, if you want to, you could say that the DoorDash driver, even if it was the 3:59:46 when the key fobs are going off, that's still them here. They just took their time. She doesn't seem like somebody that's hustling around, right? Just watching that video. So it could just be that she pulls in at like 3:58, see there's a car there, and then it drives by her, and she remembers it. Maybe she was parked a little farther back, and he comes around like that. And when the car comes back in at 4:06, it's technically possible that she just sat there in the car for a few more minutes and saw him coming in on that loop. But I don't think so. I think the reason he did the 3-point turn, drove over here, and then did another 3-point turn, drove back this direction, was because he was just kind of checking to see if there was any residual movements or whatever based on the car that was there just minutes earlier. All right, there you go. So I think what I've just presented is the most logical thing, is that at 3:50, the DoorDash driver may have pulled in at like 3:58-ish, something like that. It might even have been 3:57:30 or so. Like, let's say let me just throw this up on the map while you're watching. Let's say the Koberger, the white Elantra is driving around like this, right? And as it's back here, let's say that's the timing that the DoorDash driver pulls in. And they're already sitting here at 3:57, let's say 20. 3:57:20 or so. They're already sitting there. And then Koberger's vehicle comes around at 3:57:27, turns and parks, and the DoorDash driver is still sitting there and sees the vehicle park and is like looking over there. And she's like, what's this guy doing? Maybe even didn't get out of her car because he was sitting there. Isn't that amazing? Like, maybe she didn't get out of her car to deliver the DoorDash delivery because she saw this person in a car on that street. So she sat there and waited. Then he drives away at 3:58:23, and then she kind of just waits another minute or so, gets out of her car, maybe walks back here, and then at 3:59 drops it off. And we don't know if those key fob sounds are her or not. Okay, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's all going to be right around that 4 o'clock, the 3:58 to 4 o'clock time frame when this happened. That's what she's referring to. And that's kind of what we do on this channel. We try to work through what's the most logical based on the information. When we sit here and we hear people go, hey, wait, man, so she saw him with blood all over. How is that possible? When he left at a high rate of speed at 420, are we going to say that the DoorDash driver, I mean, anything's possible. I'm just telling you what the most logical thing is. Sometimes the most logical isn't what happened, okay? I just don't think she sat there in the parking lot for 20-something minutes. Is that possible? Sure. She could have sat there for 20-something minutes and saw Koberger come out, but then you say, well, why would Koberger go into the house with this live vehicle with its lights on in the front of the parking area? I don't think he would do that. Let's see. I heard on another show, oh Jesus, she seen him sharing the house, staring at the house at Xana. Oh, that's garbage. I don't know where. Don't watch those people ever again. Yeah. Yeah, that guy starts putting out a lot of. He's like the pro-burger version of the guilt. People think he's guilty. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't buy that at all. I don't buy that that she saw him staring at the house at Xana in the window. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. This just that doesn't make sense given where he would be. You know, what does that mean? That he drove down here and then as he's driving away at 3, I mean, he's right here at 3:57:27, and then 50 seconds later, he's driving away. He's already past 1:1. So when was there time for him to be driving and looking at Xana's window? Okay? You get it? Like, where is that? It's okay, MAGA Mama. I mean, at least he's a you know, puts out stuff that's like pro, you know, like Koberger did it, but I mean, sensationalism sells, so whenever you say something crazy, everyone wants to watch it, you know. So in that 50 seconds of time, when it's turning here, when did the car... So, I mean, when it does pass here, so basically, here's the thing. The vehicle is not on camera from right here to, like, it's not on camera anywhere around all of this space right here. Watch. I've already drawn this before, but all of this until right there is not on camera. So, you know, technically, it's possible. Okay, here's something that is possible to support what DT is saying up there. Is this. That the car comes around right here at 3:57 or 3 what is it, 57, let me get the right time here again, 3:57:27 right here, and then immediately drives over to this area. So there's no delay. So at 3:57:27, let's say at 3:57:42 or so, it's right here, and he's just staring into the window, seeing that there's somebody moving around or whatever. And maybe because the DoorDash driver's right here, so he pulls around. Like, I mean, that is pretty crazy. Like, it is possible that he stopped right there, and the DoorDash driver was already sitting in here, and he's looking over here, like trying to figure out like what's going on, and then he drives past here at 3:58:23. You see, so it could be that most of the time that he was parked was right there. It doesn't have to be right here, you guys. It doesn't have to be right there. It doesn't have to be here, 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 because you only see it drive by right there at 3:58:23, right? So that means he could have been right there, there, all around here for those 38 seconds. So what if he was right there? There's a DoorDash driver pulls in here at 3:57:40-ish, is sitting there, and then he drives around, and he sits here and looks and watches and checks out to see what the hell's going on, and he's right there. And then there you could see that he might be looking up to see what Santa's doing with the delivery. All right, so I'm just saying those are the options right there. Yeah, I had to call before. I had to call. You know, I actually put out that I had to call, and then I was on a couple shows because I had to call, and I had to sort of describe what was on it. Yeah. Right. These people, it's just crazy. Yeah, so I hadn't even really thought of that till just now. That's why it's always valuable to have these conversations. But hey, you guys, if you're out there, you want to help support the channel, let's keep going. We got to make up for some of those nights, man. It was horrendous. All right, so it's crazy, right? Because we could all say that he parked here on that time around. But what if he just turned and drove like he went like this and around, and he parked right there? You know what we could do is turn that into the vehicle. Sadly, they just have like a bus. I mean, it looks stupid. You know, we could do it like a cop car or whatever, but you know, like that. That's probably a better way to do these, when I'm like, have something that looks like that, and then it's driving around, and then he stops right there, and the DoorDash driver is in here, and she's looking at him, looking at the window, and then she probably waits because she's freaked out by this guy, and then he drives away. Then she goes and delivers the DoorDash, which makes sense, right? Look how perfect that works out. At 3:58:23, the Elantra's right here, leaving. It's taking off, going this direction. It's taking off, going just like that. So then she waits 5 or 6 more seconds, gets out of her car, and then at 3:59 delivers the DoorDash. Isn't that weird? I still have problems with the key fob sound. Yeah, you're always pretty rude, Can I Kick It? That's why I talk the way I do to you. You're just you're just always rude when you come in here. So I always talk to you a certain way. You just don't think you are, but you're passive aggressive. Just like you are right now. See how you do that? Let's see. I could line B and the cars are in which he used. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. You always do. Can I Kick It? You're rude often in here. Let's see. What do we got here? Yes, prosecutors and defense have all the DoorDash. Right, that's what you said earlier. Remember, Can I Kick It? Remember that? you complained on the live stream earlier. You're doing it again. See how you do it right there? Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Timeout City for... I don't know where the mods were on that, but there you go. Let's see. I grew up in a family of blunt redheads. All right. Yes, prosecutors and defense have all the DoorDash data they subpoenaed in court documents. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have... I don't know what the exact time frame is. See, it says 3:59 flat. I find that hard to believe. Like, oh wow, it's 3:59 exactly. I don't know. I mean, there has to be a time, so it should have been. There would have been a time, right? There would be like a 3:59. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the same odds as it being 3:59 in 1 second. It just seems like it takes the last full minute and puts it on there. What's the oof for? Oof. I don't know what that means. See, I completely agree. Doesn't matter. She makes arrests for multiple. Yeah, see, Timelender was joking around saying, "You're so mean, Gray," and that's when Can I Kick It jumps in and says, "He is mean, I'll attest to it," and went on her little tirade. Because earlier today on my show, my video, I put on there the person's name that was shot. Remember the husband that was shot 3 times, related to the DoorDash delivery lady. And then she says, "What's her last name?" And I go, "Well, I just put the husband's name on there." And then she goes, "I put it up there before you said it was," and just got all upset about it. Yeah, it's wild. Called Oof. All right. When I question something and Gray corrects me, I take it in stride. I'm not mad or anything at anybody. That's the thing. I'm just like, come on. I'm just trying to get through, like, I don't know what you call it. Sort of, weed through the noise, I guess. I mean, people do have conversations in here. You remember the live stream earlier? I mean, it was crazy. It was just, when I did my premiere earlier, the name of the husband was on the screen, and then she typed in, "What's her last name?" And I said, well, it was just on the screen, and somehow that was offensive. Like I said, I like straightforward, not sugar-coated. All right, well, I wish more people like that. I get a bad rap on here. Yes, I try to reach my goals and everything every single night because I feel really sort of strongly obligated to all the other stuff that we do. I could probably squeak by if there was, if I just did videos every day, very few live streams, and I just did like 2 or 3 videos every single day, I could probably do pretty well. However, I like hanging out with everybody and stuff like that. And at the same time, it puts like more skin in the game from you guys to us to be able to do all the stuff we've done. We're going to be, at the end of this month, we're going to be at $250,000 that this channel, out of the income from the channel, not like we have these fundraisers and everything, out of the income from the channel has been given out to various true crime related charities, including our own scholarship fund that Zozo and was it Play-Doh? I was trying to remember. I was keep thinking Play-Doh, Play-Doh. They go out and pick the winners by reading through, or now it's like watching videos of their applications, and I think those are better because when the other ones, they seem like they're all these AI generated. And then we've put over $100,000 into a DNA fund for identifying Jane and John Does. We've given Texas EquiSearch, RAIN, which is violence against women, and NCMEC all over 20,000. Some of them, a couple of them, I think 25. And then we've given the Black and Missing some funds. Maybe we'll give some more to them at some point. We've also done the Indigenous Women Are Missing. I can't remember the exact term, but we've done that one many times. And so I think this channel makes a huge difference. And the only way to do that is if we're reaching, I know what it takes. Like let me just ask you this. Answer this question for me. There's 30 days in a month, right? If the channel brought in total $200 a night, how much is that? Anybody do the math? So if the channel brought in only $200 a night, after YouTube takes their portion, and there's 30 days in the month, how much does that turn out to be? Somebody type it in. You can do the math. Right, go ahead. Yeah, so TimeLender got it right, $6,000. Now, if I donated $5,000, does that make sense? Like, how would my channel survive? You get it? Like, if the channel only brought in $200 every single day for 30 days, and that's $6,000, how much, how would I be able to donate $5,000 or even $2,000? It's like, I can't. That's the amount that would take to just kind of keep the lights on. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I have goals to try to reach higher numbers. And that's why I try to make videos to augment, and then we have the shows, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So when there's months where I'm able to donate $5,000, that's because I had videos that did really well in ad revenue, and then the freaks were sending in super chats, and we got up to a number where I can give, like if I make $15,000 in a month, that's when you could donate $5,000 and then I'm taxed on 10, and that I would get to have like 7. All right. So it'd be like I donate 5 and I got 7. So that's a huge percentage of the net income going to charities, wouldn't you think? And people go, Gray, it's so greedy. Ooh, what the hell are you talking about, man? You're an idiot. My God, I could just be, I mean, I don't know. I want to make a difference outside of just doing the videos and shows and etc. Does that make sense to everybody? Does everybody understand? One time there was this crazy month. I remember I think there was like 2. The Koberger case just started, and again that case I never remember the name for some reason. But they were both at the same time, and the channel did it just ridiculous that month. There was this crazy overlapping time frame where I had multiple videos. It got over 100,000 views, etc. And I think I donated $10,000. Now I don't have to do that, right? I mean, most of that income was from ad revenue. Right, so that's what I'm doing every night when I say, hey everybody, if you could please. And if I don't get there, then I know what it is. So we've had a couple nights this month where the gross income was only $100 and something dollars. Those 2 nights. And then those are the nights where, whoa. Now you got to have nights where you make like $500-600 to make up for that one, and then the other one, and then those haven't really happened. We've had 2 good nights this month, and a lot of just sort of really mediocre, just getting over the goal, and everybody goes, okay, we're done. Where some nights we used to do like 600-700, and then after YouTube I'd get 500, and that would make up for a night that brought in 150, or something. And so that's just kind of, I'm giving you the inside baseball, like what the hell, how it works, like how I can try to make things work. Now this to kick, yeah. What about like, well, I should do, every show I should be using StreamYards, because I can stream to Twitter, and I think I have Twitch on there. Right? So maybe I could do other places, like maybe I should add Kick and Rumble or whatever the hell it is. I don't know, but over there, I think you would be a hit. Yeah, I don't mind. I could try it. I mean, I don't think I've ever thought of doing Kick. I've heard that out there. But when I notice when I'm on Twitch and those, I get like 2 viewers, and I don't know how to get it where, hey everybody, look, I'm over here. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, but I've had like 2 viewers on my live streams, so I don't know if that helps or anything. Okay, can I kick it? Nice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. You should be a little nicer yourself. Can I kick it? Just letting you know. All right. We'll start all over again. All right. Sounds good. Do you have a second channel where you can play the trials? People were playing Lori Vallow with no commentary. I think I can actually stream on the same channel at the same time. Actually. Now that I have, now with StreamYards, I actually think that I could be streaming a trial and doing my live streams. I could do that. And I guess I could switch back and forth. Yeah, that's crazy. And then I think there's, what was it? Yeah, if I have 2 instances of Stream OBS Studio open, I think I can do that too. But I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Where's Derek? I don't know. Why? Speaking of baseball, my 19-year-old nephew is throwing out the first pitch in the Marlins. Hey, very cool, Lisa. Maybe take a picture of it. Derek just waits around for somebody to say, "Where's Derek?" He hadn't said a word in 25 minutes. Let's see. See, why are you going on again? Can I kick it? Couldn't you just let well enough be alone? You seem like a troll at this point now. You get what I'm saying? Like, we already kind of worked through it. Everything's fine. And now you just want to keep going. You're not going to win this conversation, all right? Yeah. Your perspective, though, is really poorly formulated often. I wouldn't make a channel for that, because nobody would be on that channel. Why wouldn't I just do it on my same channel? Well, but then don't. Hey, listen. Can I kick it? Go somewhere else. Okay. All right. Jesus, that's what trolls do. Exactly what she's doing here. Passive aggressive, little comments, trying to needle. It's just really strange. Yeah, it's weird. I don't like mean people, but I'm going to keep coming here. Even though I think you're mean. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Cuckoo. Okay, well, I think you're an idiot, and I don't like anything that you say. So I guess we have nothing. All right, see you later. Let's see. What an idiot. I mean, Jesus. Hope you have tomato juice on hand, Derek. For what? My 3 dogs got into... Oh, wow. Yeah, we did the same. You know what? We had a dog that got into a dead fish. It was like a dead salmon on the Columbia River when we were a kid. And it just rolled around in it. And it smelled so bad. And my mom, like, put the tomato juice thing on it. And then his fur turned like an orange for a while. And I don't know, the whole thing was just absolute mess. And the dog's name, creatively, was Ralph. Isn't that amazing? What, really, Naomi? Jeez. That's the time kids run away. You know. Well, send me an email on that, Naomi. If are they been reported missing and they're actively looking for them, or what's going on? The smell is burning my eyes. Well, we've been on here for 3 hours and 19 minutes. And nobody's typing, so I'm going to get out of here. Alright. Now, thank you. Hope that the show made some sense tonight. We went over the arrest in the Manhunt case and the Melissa Hortman and Hoffman shooting case. And then we went over an interrogation video of the DoorDash driver trying to figure out what was said, and then discussed the most logical time that Kohberger would have seen, or she would have seen Kohberger there, and the wording. And we can play that. One more time right through here. Here we go.
Now I have to testify. Big murder case too, so yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah.
You have to testify in which murder case?
Murder case with the college girl.
Oh.
My DoorDash driver, I suffer right now.
Near the house.
Right next to him.
I parked right next to him.
Into a car accident, rapes, abuse.
Okay. So.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, man. I think we got it. I think we nailed it right there. And we got a little bit of that from Daphne. Got the buy me part. I think that makes sense. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Ah, really? Another one of those cases? Jeez, Naomi. Jeez. Nah, it's not. It's not pod pictures. And the cars in which he used? What? Are you kidding me? And the cars in which he used. Oh my God. Give me a break.
Car accident, rapes.
Oh my God. That's wow. That's scary. All right. Anyways, thanks to look at that, Cheryl Moran right out of the gate with a cat eye. Then we had Jeannie Gaiagoy, Tina Humphrey, then Ted Bear again, Alley Cake, Ted Bear, then Cheryl Moran. Then we had Tina Humphrey, Tam Ran 127, Sandy Shirley, Urban Infidel, M10. Alley Cake gifted one, MAGA Mama gifted one, Teddy Bear gifted one, and then Cheryl Moran gifted 10. So that's basically another cat eye. Thanks so much. And then Ivan Victor, MAGA Mama became a new member. Then Jim Lawn, Alley Cake gifted one. Then Derek Sherman, Jim Lawn with his multiple what the hell is a gigawatt? Then Cheryl Moran matching Derek Sherman's Boom Challenge. Then we had M10 matching that, Alley Cake matching that, and Jim Lawn, Natalie, M10 gifted one, Jim Lawn, Dixie Hippie gifted one, Ron Hendricks gifted one, Jim Lawn, Timothy Cecil, Derek Sherman, then Ron Hendricks gifted a membership, then I gifted 5, and then Jim Lawn another. And then we have, let's see, Lisa Valenzuela, Mary Tenor, and Tim Walls sent me a coffee, if you can believe that. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Hold on, let me see. We got some more stuff that came in from Derek on this. Minnesota police find car of suspect in shooting of law. Is there anything new in this one? Yeah, let's see. Let's have our guy read these. Come on. That's right there. Read the damn thing.
Minnesota police find car of suspect in shootings of 2 lawmakers. Police hunting the alleged gunman behind deadly attacks on 2 Minnesota lawmakers say they have found his car, as stunned neighbors grappled with a suspected political assassination on their doorstep. Melissa Hortman, the top Democratic legislator in the State House, and her husband, Mark, were shot and killed early on Saturday morning. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, were shot multiple times at their home, but survived. Police say Vance Boelter, 57, wore a latex mask and posed as a police officer when he shot the victims at their homes in suburban Minneapolis. He exchanged gunfire with police at one crime scene before managing to flee on foot. On Sunday, officers said they had...
Wow, my channel's becoming the dating game. Look at Derek and Natalie up there.
...found an unoccupied car linked to the suspect in Sibley County, about 50 miles 80 kilometers from the murder scene. The discovery of the black sedan was alerted to local residents' mobile phones in a message that said, "Suspect not located. Keep your doors locked and vehicles secured." A cowboy hat, similar to what Boelter was believed to have been wearing, was found lying on a road nearby. Police also said on Sunday that Boelter's wife had been detained in a traffic stop along with 3 relatives in a car in the city of Onamia, more than 100 miles from the family home, on Saturday morning. Jenny Boelter was released without being taken into custody, reports Minnesota ABC News affiliate KSTP. Police have extended the search over state lines to South Dakota, and the FBI have added Boelter to their most wanted list, issuing a $50,000 reward.
I'm not sure if you're still out there, Cheryl Moran, but now there's this article that says that she wasn't arrested.
Both targeted lawmakers belong to Minnesota's Democratic Farmer Labor Party, which is affiliated with the National Democratic Party. Hoffman and his wife are awake after undergoing surgery and are expected to issue a statement when able. Authorities said from another vehicle used by the suspect they recovered a target list containing the names of state Democratic politicians. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Minnesota's 2 U.S. Senators, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, and State Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison were reportedly on the list. Clearly, this is politically motivated, Klobuchar told NBC News' Meet the Press on Sunday morning. President Donald Trump, a Republican, told ABC News on Sunday the attack was a terrible thing. Investigators say Boelter was disguised as a police officer when he carried out the attacks. He had a vehicle that looked like a police car equipped with flashing emergency lights, officials said. Police issued images of the suspect as the manhunt continued. The gunman first targeted Hoffman and his wife Yvette, shooting them both multiple times at their home in Champlin at around 2 local time on Saturday, authorities said. Soon afterwards, Hortman and her husband, Mark, were shot and killed at their home in Brooklyn Park, 8 miles away. Officers arrived at the Hortmans' home and exchanged gunfire with the suspect at around 3:35. The suspect managed to flee, leaving behind his car, authorities said. A Facebook post from someone identifying himself as a nephew of Yvette Hoffman said she had thrown herself on their daughter during the assassination attempt, using her body as a shield to save her life. According to Boelter's CV, he has a background in security and military training. The city of Brooklyn Park was still and silent on Sunday morning as the neighborhood came to terms with the deadly attack. A police car was parked outside the Hortmans' house, and bright yellow caution tape surrounded the property. Taha Abuznene, who lives across the street, said he and his wife had known the family for more than 20 years. They were very nice neighbors in a very quiet neighborhood, he told the BBC. You don't see police activity in this neighborhood. We are very shocked. 2 other nearby residents who did not want to be named said this suburban community was reeling. My next-door neighbor heard the shots, said one. We've all been texting back and forth. She and her husband described how they received an annual Christmas card from the Hortmans and recounted how Hortman got along with local Republican politicians. What a big loss for Minnesota, she said. In Sibley County, where the suspect's car was found, local resident Brian Liebhard also told the BBC of his shock. This guy needs to get caught, he said. I don't agree with everything the 2 politicians vote for, but this is sad. The guy went wacko.
Oh, there you go. There's that one. Let's see what the other one was.
Minnesota assassination survivor and husband shot 17 times. A survivor of Saturday's deadly attacks on 2 Minnesota lawmakers says she and her husband are both incredibly lucky to be alive after they were hit by 17 bullets. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were gunned down at their home early on Saturday morning but lived. Melissa Hortman, the top Democratic legislator in the state house, and her husband Mark were shot and killed. Yvette Hoffman said in a statement that she and her husband John were devastated by the Hortmans' deaths. Police are hunting for the suspect, Vance Boelter, who wore a latex mask and posed as an officer to shoot the victims at their homes in suburban Minneapolis before escaping on foot. Mrs. Hoffman's statement was shared on Instagram by Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. John is enduring many surgeries right now and is closer every hour to being out of the woods, Mrs. Hoffman wrote. He took 9 bullet hits. I took 8, and we are both incredibly lucky to be alive. We are gutted and devastated by the loss of Melissa and Mark. We have no words. There is never a place for this kind of political hate. What we know about the attack. Police have not disclosed the killer's motive. A Facebook post from someone identifying as Mrs. Hoffman's nephew said she had thrown herself on her daughter during the assassination attempt, using her body as a shield to save her life. According to the Minnesota Star Tribune, the daughter, Hope, is in her 20s and was born with spina bifida, which her father previously cited as motivating him to get into state politics. Getty Images. Minnesota Legislature House Speaker Melissa Hortman. On Sunday, police said they had found an unoccupied car linked to the suspect in Sibley County, about 50 miles 80 kilometers from the murder scene. The discovery of the black sedan was alerted to local residents' mobile phones in a message that said, "Suspect not located. Keep your doors locked and vehicles secured."
This isn't AI generated. I'm just playing the audio. I have software that reads it.
A cowboy hat similar to what Boelter, 57, was believed to have been wearing was found nearby. Police also said on Sunday that Boelter's wife had been detained in a traffic stop along with 3 relatives in a car in the city of Onamaya, more than 100 miles from the family home in the rural community of Green Isle on Saturday morning. Jenny Boelter was released without being taken into custody because she was cooperative, Drew Evans, of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, told a news conference on Sunday evening, EPA. The manhunt began on Saturday. Police have extended the search over state lines to South Dakota, and the FBI has added Boelter to its most wanted list.
Yeah, that's already happened. Let me listen to this part.
A survivor of Saturday's deadly attacks on 2 Minnesota lawmakers says she and her husband are both incredibly lucky to be alive after they were hit by 17 bullets. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, were gunned down at their home early on Saturday morning, but lived. Melissa Hortman, the top Democratic legislator in the state house, and her husband, Mark, were shot and killed. Yvette Hoffman said in a statement that she and her husband, John, were devastated by the Hortmans' deaths. Police are hunting for the suspect, Vance Boelter, who wore a latex mask and posed as an officer to shoot the victims at their homes in suburban Minneapolis before escaping on foot. Mrs. Hoffman's statement was shared on Instagram by Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. John is enduring many surgeries right now and is closer every hour to being out of the woods, Mrs. Hoffman.
I don't like Amy Klobuchar.
Wrote. He took 9 bullet hits. I took 8, and we are both incredibly lucky to be alive. We are gutted and devastated by the loss of Melissa and Mark.
That's just incredible. That you get shot 9 and 8 times and somehow you live. Both of them. I mean, that's a miracle. Unbelievable. Anyways, I hope they both get out, and sounds like the husband had a little harder time, but I guess he had one more surgery to go, and everything should be fine, I guess. So, anyways, there you go, everybody. That's it. Sorry we had the troll in the chat tonight, but that's what we expect. Seems like every single night we've got. No, we're not, because you keep saying stuff. Can I kick it? I'll tell you this, can I kick it? If you come in here and you ever make comments like you did tonight again, I'll remove you permanently from the channel on the very first time you do it. In fact, if you do it right now in response to what I just said, you'll never be able to comment in here ever again, okay? So that's how I'm going to deal with this. If you do it again, if you make one more comment in the same vein that you've been doing, you'll never be able to comment it on this channel ever again. All right. So yes, we're cool as long as you do what I just said and do never comment again about that, because you made it up out of your mind, and I'm not going to deal with it. All right. Sound good? Great. Excellent. That's right. And the rap is ding 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 ding. It goes ding 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 ding. Let's kick it. Ding 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 ding. Right. All right. Well, any last thoughts? Anybody out there? Any last thoughts at all? Dot. That is pretty gracious, don't you think, Joseph? Yeah. I'm not sure what your disposition is. I don't care. It does say that in that song. It says, "Let's kick it" in Ice Ice Baby. It does say that. He goes ding 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 ding. Let's kick it. Ding 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 ding. It does say that. Thanks, MAGA Mama. I'm glad some people care. I know. She's just so, God, just really wants to. It's like a mental disorder of some sort. I don't have a website, Sandy. Let's see. I mean, it doesn't. I think it might be out there, but I don't have any access to it or anything. I'm struggling. I mean, I have all the credentials, but I'm struggling with the people. I will keep the promise if she makes another one of those comments. One more, anything like that. As a matter of fact, mods, if you see a comment that's similar to that, just block immediately. It's not just going to be me, okay? I'll try. Monday's coming up, man. That's tomorrow. It's another day. Another struggle. Yeah, you can post it there if you want to. Naomi, why don't you post it on the Facebook group? Are you on my Facebook group? Yeah, I mean, don't you think it's weird, Zozo, that she was driving up north with a bunch of cash, passports, and a gun? I mean, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That means she knew what was happening. I don't know what you mean there. I have been. Can I kick it? It's on your end. You need to work on your end, and things will be just fine. You know, it's not. There's no age, anything. Okay. She's waiting. She's waiting. She's just trying. She's struggling so hard. Yeah, she was trying to get up to Canada. It does say what, KK? What are you referring to? Right. That's the first thing he says is let's kick it. I've told people that. I was correct. Right. I can do the rap in my head. I've done it 1,000 times. You know? Maybe we should have Mary Lou do the one. You know, where is that one? It's the. What was the name of that song that we used to play for that? It was. I think it was under jazz, and it was called "Cool Cats." This one right here. It's not even the right beat. It's this one. I don't think we've done this one. Remember that?
Yeah. Stop, collaborate and listen. Ice is back with his brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flows like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop, yo? I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow to the extreme. I rock like a vandal. Light up the stage, I like to jump like a candle. Dance with the speakers up, boom, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly when I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it. Better gain weight. Better hit bullseye. The kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook on my beat. It revolves it. Ding 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 ding. Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the beggars are pumping, quick to the point, cause the point no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning them, getting quick and nimble. I go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo. I'm on a roll, time to go solo, rolling in my 5.0, the rack top down so my hair can blow. The good is on standby, waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No, just rolled on, kept on, pursuing to the next stop. About the left, I'm headed to the next stop. The Bible said, y'all, shall continue to A1A Detroit Avenue. Girls were hot, wearing less than bikinis, rockin' niggas, driving Lamborghinis, jealous, cause I'm out getting mine. Shade was a gauge and vanilla was a 9. Gunshots ranged out like a bell. I grabbed a 9 while the hood was shells falling on the concrete real fast. Up in my car, slammed on the gas, bubble, the avenue's packed. Trying to get away from the jack, cause Jack just wanna see, you know what I mean? If I see up, confirm all the dope beans. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook of my DJ closet. L-A-S-T-E-R-E with a double E. I said I go by the unforgettable name of the man I call a Master G. Well, my name is known all over the world by all the foxy ladies and the pretty girls. I'm going down in history with the baddest brother that ever could be. Now I'm feeling the highs and I'm feeling the lows. Beat starts getting into your toes. You start popping your fingers and you're stamping your feet, moving your body and you're sitting in the center. Said damn, you stop doing the freak. I said damn, I ride it out of your seat and then you throw your hands high in the air, rocking to the beat, singing Barry Air. Rocking to the beat without a care, with a show of side MCs for the affair. Now I'm not as tall as the rest of the gang, but I can rap to the beat just the same. You got a little face and a pair of eyes. I'm a credit to the ladies that's hypnotized. On and on and on and on. Beat don't stop until the break of dawn.
Wow, that was pretty good, Mary Lou.
Thanks, Greg.
Oh my God. Unreal. Oh, did we get the troll in here again? Okay, I just blocked that idiot. Okay, thanks. Did you do it? Did you get rid of that person? I hope you did. My God, what an embarrassment. Like a drug. Hey, thanks, Ron Hendricks. All right, look at that. I gifted a membership to Joseph Rapp, ironically. Yeah, I saw it. Isn't that weird that somebody can't control themselves like that? They just... Yeah. Which case are you guys talking about? Who emptied the bank account? Yeah. Isn't that amazing? That girl, that lady just could not control herself. She just, day in and day out, the same stuff. It's crazy. Like trolling the channel. And that's why I called her out. You know, and I give her, like today I just said, the name of, her last name was on the screen. And she goes, what's her last name? And I said, it's on the screen. She goes, you don't have to be rude about it, Gray. God, can you believe that? Wasn't that amazing, though, you guys? She just collapsed. I just realized that, hey, you know, I don't need to say anything. They are saying the wife did. Wife did what? Yeah, but I mean, she must have known something. Yeah. I mean, she had money, she had the passport. I mean, what would hey, you guys need to get out of town, they're going to blame you. Maybe something like that. I thought it was interesting that he said, I don't know if it was in a text message, that you guys had nothing to do with it. You know, like, well, that's kind of weird. I mean, why do you need to give them that sentence in there? So they don't look into them, or you want, you know, I mean, it was kind of strange. It was something that was unnecessary. I thought I was pretty patient myself too. I just got, you know, after a while you get tired of it over and over again. It's what the classic troll move. And she probably thinks she's typing in and people are reading it, but she's been blocked from the channel. Oh well. because you can't tell. Once you're blocked, you can only tell because people aren't responding to you anymore. No, they always make little ridiculous comments intentionally, and that's the passive-aggressive technique. Like, you intentionally say absurd things, and then when somebody, hey, that's mean, it was just so, you know, after a while, you know, it just gets old. Yeah. I don't know. How about this? How about this? How about this? Just out of generosity, we'll unhide her one last time. Okay, you guys? So right now, she's unhidden. One last time. Okay, one last shot. You know, if you come in, if you apologize for your behavior, we'll keep you around. And right this second, you're not blocked. You were blocked right before you just commented again. So let me just tell you this. If you make... I mean, I know I just said the same thing. You got one more shot here. Just move on and be part of the channel and communicate, etc., like everybody else. And that's it. All right? That's it. Now your perception is incorrect. It's hilarious, right, Ron? It's like dealing with a 4-year-old. You know, it's strange times. It's weird. Look at that. Lil D has some popcorn out. Hey, what's going on in the? Is anything crazy going on over there in the? I mean, there's so much crap. You know, we had a riot in Portland yesterday. I didn't even know about it. Can you believe that? We had a riot. Literally a riot. It was designated a riot. Unbelievable. Doesn't make national news. They're trying to get on that national news, you know. Let's see. You know what I watch a lot of sometimes is these chiropractic videos where people they crack their necks and everything. It's like, man, it seems like it would feel so good sometimes. Let's see. Live Tel Aviv. Anything going on there? Maybe this one here. Alright, showing you what? I think this is going on right now. I think. I don't know though. I can't tell if that's live or was that earlier. Right now it would be... Nah, well, it would be 11:20 a.m., so that must not be live. Okay, this is live here though. That's CNBC TV 18. You know, they had quite a few missiles get through and kill just totally innocent people in their apartment buildings. Oh, the riot in Portland. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it.
A chaotic scene tonight outside the Immigration and Customs Enforcement headquarters in South Portland. Protesters and federal agents facing off for hours tonight after protesters.
Agents come out of the building and be on their megaphone for assaulting a peace officer. They also say that a federal officer was also injured but did not record. Some of that all over your continuously flows. I've also witnessed ICE agents using paintball guns and what appeared to be a beanbag gun. And police, like I said, have been making those announcements on their...
well, at least this time they're not letting him do this, you know.
Like I said, I saw those state troopers
Look at
hours
this
ago.
crap here. Look at it.
They were
That's
circling
Portland.
the area. I was
Every
able to see them because
time.
I was in this area where I was able to see them kind of coming through the street. But they've been area. I was able to see them
That
because
was pretty cool. Look at this cop. Look at this guy right here. He's like turned into a boxer. You guys see that? Look at that. Watch. This guy right here. Watch.
area. I was able to see them because I was in this area where I was able to see them kind of coming through the ago. They were circling the area. I was able to see them because I was in this area where I was able to see them kind of coming through the street, but they've been tucked away somewhere else where most people couldn't see them throughout the evening. But
yeah, and then we had like 50,000 people for the No Kings rally here.
NBC
Really
10 breaking news.
Crazy.
Right now,
I
protesters
didn't
are gathering
know.
in Philadelphia for a day of action against.
I don't follow like Portland stuff because I can't stand it.
We're going to take you back to the breaking news. Has been out there, Ariel.
and filling up this area. And I will say, I'm even feeling a little bit of a tickle from the gas around. People here, I was seeing people taking out their out a little bit further away, trying to avoid any profanity as possible.
I don't know. It's crazy, man. There is no for it. The news is so full of crap. What do you mean? No, I mean the protesters are definitely causing problems out there. Florida's, yeah, they should. Well, I think they're tougher now than they were. It looked like they tried to stop it early. These other years, it'd just be, oh, they just let them rampage and destroy everything. Stupid. No Kings is like, they think Trump thinks he's a king and is just doing whatever he wants. So their thing is no kings, you know, like, hey, we don't want anybody to be kings, and Trump thinks he's a king, so, you know, that's all it is an anti-Trump slogan. That's it. And this is the same thing that happened 4 years ago. All of the mayhem and fighting is something caused by the other side intentionally to make it, you know, to disrupt society, and then they blame it all on him. And he didn't do anything other than try to remove illegal aliens who are criminals, and then other illegal aliens who, you know, you start removing illegal aliens. I mean, they're not supposed to be here. Okay? They didn't come in the right way. Your first thing you do when you come in is break the law. That's probably not a good start. Gray, can you play Derek's video? I don't know what you're talking about, Natalie. Sorry, man. Let's see. I've played enough stuff. No, I don't know if I've said that or not. I'm just... God. I don't know who plans them. I don't think I got the video about the white biker gang. I think George Soros funds almost all of this stuff. That's his entire goal, is disrupting societies. He's a really, you know what's bizarre, you guys? Listen to this. Most of you have heard of George Soros, right? He funds lefty, really hard left stuff. Really like a billionaire, funding and funding and funding. But what's really strange is after my brother died in '86, my mom started fighting against the legalization of drugs, and that's all she did for 25, 30 years. And almost the entire time she was doing that, she brought up the name George Soros over and over and over again. That he's behind the funding of pro-legalization of drugs. He was funding it the whole time. He tries to completely disrupt and destroy societies by paying for different things. I mean, it's pretty bizarre. Really crazy stuff. Now, you might not like you actually believe in legalization of drugs, but I think it's more noble to be against the legalization of drugs. Okay, because it's like they're not good for people. They suck. Right, I think George Soros is the guy. I think he's behind almost all of it. He funds, and then it trickles down into the other places where you got these people. Somebody said, I can't remember where I was reading, he said that he got, like, he was a TikTok user, and they offered him like $200 to go down and, you know, do something. You know, I can't remember exactly what it was, but like show up at the rally. And I mean, why would you even think of doing that unless you're paying for a bunch of disruptors? Yep. No, it's weird. They'll blame it on him because, you know, I gotta tell you. See, what yesterday was so frustrating, because yesterday there was this. It was Trump's birthday, and there was a parade, but the parade had nothing to do with his birthday. It just happened to be on the same day, and they barely at the end just said happy birthday to him. The entire parade was to say thank you to all the branches of the military going back historically to the founding of the country. It had nothing to do with, look how tough we are, like we're Kim Jong-un moving missiles through the streets. It had nothing to do with that at all. Absolutely nothing to do with it. It was really kind of more of it was put together to almost as a advertisement to get more people to enlist, and they've actually set records of enlisting soldiers since he's been in office. But that's all you could look at this as. It was just amazing. It went through all 250 years, showed all the different variations, and different planes were flying by that were really old and then some new. And all you could see on CNN was they cut over to it every once in a while, but they got to keep covering the hate and the damage and all the crap going on out there because they can't give a second of positive coverage. And it's just sick. Absolutely disgusting. Can't stand it. And it's them that make people believe, the Tim Walzes of the world, the CNNs, the MSNBC, or, those guys, they go out there and they sell a narrative, and idiots believe it. That's the scary part about it. Yeah, it was celebrating the Army's too. Well, it was kind of like, it used to be the Army was all we had. So the Marines used to be under the Army. And I think, what was the other one? The Air Force was under the Army as well, I think. So it was all kind of the same thing, and then they have the different branches. But they went back to the 250 years of the founding and that's the military. We didn't even have a country when it was founded. That military is who stopped the British and started our country. I mean, it's amazing. It was awesome. Why do we have to go back to the past? Should be looking. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're referring to. He was celebrating the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. I know what it was. Why do you guys type that in? I don't understand it. Both of you typed the same thing in, and I said that. I said that it just happened to be his birthday. At the very end, they sang happy birthday to some people, and had nothing to do with his birthday. It just happened to be the same day. That's what I said 10 minutes ago. And when you say, why do we have to go back to the past? I don't know. I mean, how do you move forward when one side never goes forward? What's the most common thing you hear all the time? You know what you always say? Look at all the violence in the street. All these people are creating all these riots and all the time. And I go, the Republicans never do this. They always go, hey, what about January 6th? It's like, that's all you have, man. There's never another time. That's it. There isn't another time. as we talk about this, I'm reading alerts, and there is another car on fire because of the riots. I'm not sure what you mean specifically, Zozo, but it's you kind of have to look at the past, unfortunately. I know, it's $24 million, cheapest ad you've ever seen. And it's really just about saying thanks to the military. I think it was like 24 million, which, you know, in government terms is a tiny fraction of anything. Right, like hundreds of billions on Ukraine, yeah. But they get all pissed off about they spend something like $2 billion a year in trying to get recruits. How much do you think? 24 million, that probably got a lot. Hey Zozo, what was explain what you were writing above. I don't understand what you're trying to say there. I'm sure there isn't really an update in the last 20 minutes. Let's see. We can't move forward when people are inciting violence. Yeah, it's just to me it doesn't. I don't know. That doesn't make sense here. I see that the Trump made it about. He didn't make that about him at all. You know, he sat there and, you know. J.D. Vance was up there, so was Pete Hegseth. Why do we have to go back to the past? Shouldn't we be looking forward to the future? Yeah, I mean, sure, it'd be great. But that doesn't happen. You know, there's one side that every single time creates this divisive, hateful speech, calling everybody who supports that person a Nazi and some kind of just crazy people. And it's not true. So then eventually you end up saying something back to them for supporting a person like Walls. I mean, a complete, absolute dingleberry, and you know, then it just goes back and forth, and it's just too hard. We're too divided in our country. We used to, like the Democrats and Republicans used to be way closer ideologically, but would, you know, have a little variance here and there, and you know, they would argue about those things, and they'd go have a beer together. You can forget that. Now they all hate each other. And it's just really bad. That's how you ended up having something like this. You know, you have Tim Walz calling everybody names and this and that, and then all of a sudden a psycho shows up, and, you know, I think that's where it all starts from. It's the rhetoric that people use. Were they on social media, Naomi, or what? I mean, were they talking to some guy, kind of like that other case we just followed a little bit ago? But you never answer the questions, Zozo. I've asked you 3 times already. J.D. Vance is top tier in my book. Very classy guy. Yeah, he's cool. I like him. I wonder what's, like, who do you think Trump, like, if there was an election, and in 4 years, do you think he'll back up, like, Rubio or J.D. Vance, you know? I guess it'll just depend on how things go, but usually it's the vice president. Well, you can share it on my Facebook, Naomi. In my group, I'll add the post. But it'd be nice to get. I wanted to know what you're exactly referring to. She seems like it'd be intentionally not answering. Probably like some predator then, huh? Hey, wow, thanks, Alex. Jeez. That's awesome. Thank you. Or do you have me on Facebook, Naomi, or what? That Walls was just on that ticket. I know. He's a scary person. I don't even know the Jack and Lily case. Well, it's just Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. I mean, on Facebook. Could be pretty easy. Let's see, what is my... I think it's this one. Try that link right there. I think that's it. Oh yeah, let's see. A request, huh? I'm not sure how to do any of that. Let's see. Where does it show up at? Does it just show up in your... I don't know. If I go in here... I don't know where the... Oh, member request, is that it? Oh, there you go. Alright. Alright. There you go. Post it in there. Now, why would you be skeptical of J.D. Vance's? It's just it's kind of related to his book, isn't it? What's skeptical about that? What did you just say there? Can I kick it? What are you saying? I don't get it. What is she saying? I don't even know what she's saying. What is she saying, Jessica? Yeah, that's about him. I mean, what's skeptical about the film being created? I don't get it. Was it after the election or before it, or... I mean, it didn't seem to help him. I mean, people always bitch about those things. They made jokes about it. I know, but what is she trying to say, though? I don't even get it. Grant Hughes is. What does that mean? Grant Hughes is what? What is she talking about? What are you referring to? Can I kick it? Grant Hughes is something. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah. Probably pounding down some liquor. Wow, what? Jesus, you're a crazy person, man. We were trying to be mean, but you're confusing. Yeah, she's just cuckoo. Did you guys see that video the other day where this black lady was trying to get to work, and these two white people that were doing the No Kings rally wouldn't let her by, and they were just like racist. I mean, it was the most amazing thing. Just disgusting people. So really what it shows you is that there's racists all over the place. See if you guys can go find that one. It's pretty wild. Maybe I'll see if I can find it really quick. Let's see. That'd be hard to find. I don't know. I don't know how to find it. It was on Fox News. They played it. They had the. I mean, it was just incredible. You wouldn't see it on CNN. You can tell. You can bet your money on that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Oh well. I've seen it 10 times, but it's not. I can't find it on YouTube. Did you see it? Just Lisa, did you see it? I can't find it though. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna get the hell out of here, you guys. So I've been on here for like 4 hours and yeah, 4 hours and 14 minutes. What a joke. That's crazy. Alright, thanks everybody for being here. Maybe Can I Kick It? Maybe next time you can act like a civil human being. That'd be great. Everybody, thanks for being here. And Alex at the end there for your gifting the 5 memberships. Very kind, very kind. Thank you for being here. Nobody knows what that means. Paint your own narrative. Nobody knows what that means. Nobody knows what you're responding to. Nobody knows what you're referring to. Type in a whole sentence. Can I kick it? Go ahead. Nobody knows what you're referring to. I'm telling the truth about your behavior in here. Okay? And the fact that you don't notice it means there's something wrong with you. Alright? Yeah, so anyways, thanks everybody for being here. We'll see you guys later. And, as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person That is a crime dissector.
The projector, I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you on a stretcher. Eating crimes, lady like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool reflector, interceptor. And I'm neater than a spectre with a vector. Honest pector with honest spectrum. Just remember, injection. I have no agenda. I'm a bartender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you.
All right, we gotta go now. Derek sent me the thing. Let's see. Here's the biker fight. Here we go. I don't know, man. I'm talking about your. We weren't talking about that. Can I kick it? So here we go. Let's see what this is. Oh wow. Let's see. These bikers.
It was that guy right there. It was that guy right there.
All right. Yeah, somebody's got to be the other side. Yeah, sure is. Look in the mirror. Can I kick it? Yeah.